Okay, and we're back. I think today we're going to start off with the melee DPS role quest. We've got our level 86 main quests, which I think we just unlocked after the conversation with the rest of the science, where we decided that I'm going to go back to the first and try and have a conversation with Elidibus. Definitely not a thing I thought I saw coming. Not at all. Some stuff flowed exactly as I thought, and some others not so much. This one's one of them. But before we get there, let's go ahead and see what some of the role quests have in store for us. I've already got my Dragoon up to 87, so we're definitely ready to take that on. Probably I could use some better accessories. Some of those are kind of lacking in item level. But then I'll get my Warrior and White Mage up next, I think. And after that, I think I'll probably do Dancer for ranged melee DPS. And, oh, let me remake my chat real quick. YouTube didn't really want to start my last attempt, so we'll get that going. But yeah, so I think I'll do Dancer for melee range DPS, and then I've got either Summoner or Black Mage or Red Mage for magical DPS. And I don't really know. I've been playing Summoner most recently. I burned one of those up real quick, and they're fun. They're a little easy in comparison to the other two. They're a little simple. At least right now. I never played Old Summoner, but they're made out of AoE, which is pretty cool, and they're super flashy. But I also remember, like, Red Mage is super versatile and fun, and then Black Mage, man, if you can play Black Mage well, that's just some of the most satisfying combat and gameplay in the entire game, I think. So I might go Black Mage for magical DPS role quests. Anyway, definitely going to go Warrior and White Mage for tank and heals. And almost certainly Dancer. I don't have a Machinist or a Bard up at 80. I can look at my classes real quick right after this, but let's start this role quest. We've received troubling tidings that beasts akin to those that plague Rad Mahou have been sighted on the Lenoskian coast. The Admiral has mustered the Maelstrom in hopes of quelling the threat. There is much we do not understand about our foe, and as such, your expertise in this area would be a great boon to us. Will you help us? Of course we will. Yeah, it wouldn't be much of a hero if I refused, now would I? Excellent. The Admiral will be heartened to have your knowledge and martial prowess on our side. I'm certain. Pray, set sail for Limsa as soon as you're able. The Secretariat at Maelstrom Command will apprise you of the details upon your Alright, let's go back to Limsa. I really like Limsa. Let's see, Ilsbard Lenoska. Limsa. Speak with Maelstrom Command. Which is where? Destination is currently congested. Please try to make it. That's new. Can I warp to... Try warping right outside of it and going in. Wow! Limsa is super popular. Maybe do a couple of main quests before heading up to the role quest. That's the first time I've seen this. I guess I usually play Final Fantasy a little bit later. Last time we got something like that, we were heading into Rad Mahou, and it gave me a choice of different places to go. So maybe try and walk in, it'll give us a choice of different instances, right? That's a big maybe. Classic. Let's see if it spits us right back out. It might. Hey, we're in. Let's see if I can go to the upper deck. Still haven't done Blue Mage. But Blue Mage can't do main story quest or like regular dungeon duty finder stuff. I don't know. We'll get around to them eventually, probably. Yeah, that is taking a while to load in. I don't think it's my PC at all. I just upgraded my RAM. Downloaded a bunch of RAM. That was a nice Snow White cosplay that just ran by us. Wow, I mean, Limsa is always pretty busy, but wow. Definitely a lot of people here. Alright, Maelstrom Secretariat. The man in Rad's Han told us to expect you. I'll inform the Admiral of your arrival. Thank you. Admiral Norwood. Glad you could join us, Rad. I only wish it were under better circumstances. The grave news from the bounty has not escaped our ears. I can scarce begin to imagine the horrors you have witnessed there. It pains me to say the selfsame hell has come to Vilbrun. Fell beasts born in deepest despair have decided all throughout our island. Tell her what we know. The first report came in a few days ago from one of our men patrolling Skull Valley. He spoke of a fearsome creature unlike any native to our shores. While we had our suspicions, it was only later that a connection to the final days was confirmed by the most unlikely source, the Sahagin. We've been treating their tempered for some time now, and many have made a full recovery. Owing to this, some factions are eager to improve diplomatic relations with Limsa. Which is great. I'm glad we're no longer just like slaughtering beastmen. It is one such faction that has provided the most comprehensive reports, in all their alarming detail. They speak of a most dreadful sight, their spawn brothers transforming into horrific beasts before their very eyes, and yet it is far too similar to the incidents at Radzahan to be mere coincidence. If our assumptions are correct, the first and most formidable of these beasts, a blasphemy, as it was decided to call them, prowls our waters as we speak. So like an aquatic terminus beast. Fortunately, there have been no sightings of the blasphemy within the city. Nevertheless, if we are to spare our people the horror that befell Radzahan, the fiend must be dealt with, and quickly. Yeah, that stuff spreads. Despite our investigative efforts, we remain very much in the dark as to the precise nature of the threat we face. Were we to recklessly dispatch large numbers of troops, we'd run the risk of having our own men corrupted. You can well imagine the carnage that would ensue. As such, Admiral Blofuswin has decided to keep those involved to a minimum and lead the investigation herself. And I would have you at my side. What say you? Hell yeah, Merlwib, let's go take care of this. You're cool, still. You have my things. We will depart at once to meet with our Sahagin allies, and gather what knowledge we can, that we may devise a proper plan of attack. They are due to arrive at South Tidegate soon. I'll go ahead and wait for you there. Okay, to South Tidegate. Okay, right next to Airport. Airport, probably less congested than Limsa. Cool Griffin. Yeah, no burning sky here. But as we learned, that doesn't actually mean much. I mean, maybe it does. It's probably a sign that things are getting a lot worse, but they're not there yet. Merlid. It's well past our agreed-upon meeting time, but the Sahagin are nowhere to be seen. did not seem the sorts to break their word. This bodes ill. Let us leave this place to the guards and search Halfstone for any sign of them. Let's. Yep. Just gonna hop over this wall here. That's new. Noel is in danger. Quickly, to his aid. Oh, you're just gonna take care of that one then. Okay. Okay, you know what? It's a little odd, but I trust you. Keep your spirits up, bud. You're, of course, a cooler looking Sahagin than most. And a white mage? A conjurer, at least. Many thinks Shorewalker. Pray tell, is my companion safe? Probably. Morwood's over there with him. The Admiral herself comes to our aid. Glad tidings indeed. You too have my boundless gratitude for saving my life. Let us quit this place before those beasts return. Yeah, let's get back to Morwood and see how she's faring. Very nice. Everyone's still alive. Good. But not if we stay out here too long. Inside, quickly. Man, these walls have seen a lot. Thank you, my friends. Those ghastly beasts would have made short work of us had you not intervened. And yet it brought me no joy to watch them die, for, unbelievable as it may sound, until a short time ago, they were none other than our very own spawn brothers. At first we thought them merely cursed, but our talismans and magic availed us not. Ah, it was no curse. 'Twas an evil like no other, innocent souls transformed against their will into unholy beasts called blasphemies. Blasphemies. Pray tell us more. That would be your area of expertise, Rad. Yeah, we still don't actually know what's causing it, but it uses negative emotions to trigger. It's pretty bad. Turned into beasts by the power of despair. This is horrifying indeed. Thus far, the phenomenon here in Lanoska has been limited to Sahagin. Why is that? I cannot say. Yet I wonder if the crushing tide are involved in some way. I know not of this crushing tide. Word of them has yet to reach you, I see. It all began when the Indigo matriarch, the queen of our kind, was stricken with a grave malady. It sounds bad. Tragic as this was, there was one small solace. She was not fond of shorewalkers, and so deprived of her leadership, more of my kind came to see the wisdom in making peace with Limsa. There remain, of course, those who would oppose our cause. They formed a group they call the Crushing Tide. Even now, they seek to summon the Lord of the Whirl anew, and consign all finless ones into the briny deep. However, they lack the crystals necessary to do so. Denied the power they crave, they can do naught but gnash their teeth in desperation. And you suspect these feelings of helplessness are the cause of their transformation. You do now. Just so. Those of our spawn brothers who turned into the beasts had been fraternizing with the Crushing Tide. Despite our differences, we care not to abandon our kin to such a cruel fate. Yet we must be careful not to drive them still deeper despair. Yes, we must consider the situation carefully, lest we bring destruction upon all our kind. And tell me this, are the Crushing Tide even now under Leviathan's thrall? If freed from their drowned state, might they not listen to reason? Were it only so simple. All but a few are long since cured. They walk this path of their own free will. In that case, they may be dissuaded from their present course. They may yet be dissuaded from their present course. For the sake of our Nacian alliance, we will do all that we can to save your brethren. Fortunately, a most capable ally stands with us, for this woman has bested many a formidable foe, including Leviathan. The great Rad Mahou in the flesh. Honored am I to stand in your presence. Are you really? Kinda killed a lot of you people. Together we will weather this storm and usher in a new age of harmony. This I swear. There's much to be done. For now, let us return to our homes and prepare as best we can for the trials ahead. Should we discover aught of value, we'll be sure to share it with you. I ask that you do the same. Shh. It's gonna get really annoying real quick. Indeed we shall. Until such time, I watch over my spawn brothers and pray that no more succumb to the change. So it just dawns on me, the Endwalker role quests were kind of meted out with a lot of different level tiers of quests. So we may only be able to do the first leg or two of this role quest. In which case, I might save the rest until I have every class needed for the role quests up to, 88 or 89 or 90, whatever's required to actually complete them. Shadow Walker definitely had the role quests ending at 80. So it might take a minute. Somebody these. Somebody's playing. That's a lot to get. Well done. Probably aim for that there a little bit quickly. Welcome back. Thanks to you and Noel, I now possess a proper understanding of the challenge we face. It is a daunting task that lies before us. We'll continue to cooperate with the Sahagin and learn all we can. Once we've located the Blasphemy, I will have need of your strength. Till then, I ask that you remain at the ready. Clearly, the storm clouds have only begun to gather. Yeah, this could be into the quest. Gotta be 86 or 87 in the next one. Secretariat? Yeah, 86. Okay, we can do some of these. Timing could not be better. The Admiral has just this moment returned from the meeting with the Sahagin. I shall inform her of your arrival. I love when we get to skip a little bit of time like that real quick. It doesn't feel like it makes sense, but we didn't actually have to wait. I'm glad you're here. We've decided on our next course of action. As you know, we face two distinct but interconnected challenges. The transformations occurring among the Sahagin may be one, but the blasphemy itself is the root of the problem. Thus far, those who succumbed to the change have all been affiliated with the Crushing Tide, who continue to resist our diplomatic efforts. Were we to put a stop to the phenomenon, as well as address their grievances, we may yet have a chance of peace. To that end, I would propose a double-pronged approach. On one front, we shall work in tandem with our Sahagin allies to redouble our patrols. Should the blasphemy surface, we will share this knowledge and move immediately to dispatch the threat. At the same time, we will pursue a dialogue with the Crushing Tide. We need to bring them back into the negotiation table and see what can be done to convince them to stand down. A key point will no doubt be the lingering issue of securing land for their spawning grounds. It is a discussion I tend to approach with an open mind. It would be no easy task, but we succeeded with the kobolds, and I have faith that we will succeed with the Sahagin as well, so long as we parley in good faith. Sounds good to me. Let's be a little bit more positive, because I only hope the Crushing Tide will share that sentiment. You're wise to temper your expectations, but I would not abandon hope ere we try. At any rate, Nulpa sent word that one Dao, a priest who styles himself the leader of the Crushing Tongue, has grudgingly agreed to hear us out. I'll parley with him face to face at the Sopsa spawning grounds. I would have you at my side, if you do not object, that is. Yeah, let's keep going. We can do this and probably one more quest, huh? Excellent. In that case, pray join me at the South Tide Gate when you are ready. From there, we will go together. Alright, same meeting spot. That's a nice looking samurai. I still haven't done samurai. They're like big single target DPS, right? That could be fun. I don't know anything about Sam changes. Endwalker. Yeah, we're not doing that thing. Different spot. And a lot of people out. All prepared, are you? Thou is not known for his patience. We must take care to not incur his ire. I was told he would be at the spawning grounds upon our arrival, but it appears he has been delayed. Let us speak with the Sahagin here. Mayhap one of them will be able to shed light on what may be keeping them. One more thing. I come here as the representative of Limsa on a diplomatic mission. Should the talks deteriorate and things come to blows, I cannot be seen to bloody my hands. I trust that you understand. With that said, be off. Merlwib is now in my party. Cool. Let's get moving. Belligerence up. Also cool looking. What is this? Since when are filthy shorewalkers free to intrude upon our sacred spawning grounds? I mean, right here, but... Pray forgive our intrusion. We seek an audience with Speaker Dao. Where might we find him? You will do no such thing, shorewalker. We have not forgotten what you did to Lord Leviathan. Be gone. We won't get much out of this one. Let's try elsewhere. Over here, then. Probably have more luck with the Stoic Sahagin. Why do you trespass in our domain, vile shorewalkers? Is that Stoic? We mean you no harm. Come only for a peaceful parley with your leader, Master Dao. Where might we find him? We desired no parley with the shorewalkers, who would steal our home. Were it not for your insatiable selfishness, we Sahagin would grow and flourish. Your grievances are justified. That's why I would speak with Master Dao and work towards a peaceful solution. Empty words from the thieving shorewalker, but so be it. Soon you shall learn the futility of your efforts. Speaker Dao is currently overseeing security at the spawning grounds. You will find him by the entrance, though mark my words, you will wish you hadn't. We shall see. I thank you for your aid. Very glad I'm way too high level for any of these people to aggro. You still have your ridiculous shell heads. It almost looks cool. Shorewalkers in our spawning grounds? To what do I owe the displeasure? Speaker Dao, I presume. Our apologies for entering into your home unannounced. I'm Merwood Blofiswin, Chief Admiral of Limsa, and this is Rad Mahou. We come seeking a parley, that we might strive for peace between our peoples. Parley, you say? Prolonging this conflict any further will lead only to needless suffering. The menace both of our peoples face is great indeed. If ever there was a time to set aside our differences and come together for the greater good, it's now. I invite you to join us at South Tidegate for formal negotiations. Shorewalkers and Sahagin coming together? What assurance do I have that you will not slit our gills the moment we set foot up within your territory? I can offer naught but my word. We open our gates to you and invite you into our home as a show of respect. You walk on shores too. I do not trust you, Shorewalker, but let it never be said that Tao of the Crushing Tide was a coward. I accept your offer, but attempt any treachery or subterfuge, and your people will drown in their own blood. More apt threatening to drown us in the ocean that you have better control over, but, you know, whatever. Be gory. Very well, Master Tao. I look forward to a productive discussion. Let us return then. I shall send word to Noel as well. I would have our Sahagin allies join us in the parley. That was a very sudden music change. There are big green stars you can see from here that I never really paid attention. I guess there's just... No, there's a couple. Yeah. You can see those from the moon. Still no idea what they might be. Probably not different shards. Just very colorful stars. But not hostile, ideally. Thank you for joining us here, Master Tao. The air here sickens me. Be brief. Aye, let us get straight to the heart of the matter. A common threat looms before us, one more powerful than any primal, with the potential to bring death without end to both Sahagin and Leminson alike. These circumstances call for swift and united action. You doubt our intentions, but I remind you that we have liberated many of your kin from Leviathan's enthrallment. They and countless other Sahagin have joined us, of their own free will, that we may ensure the survival of both our peoples. Aye, by their deeds have the Leminsons proven themselves worthy of our trust. Master Tao, you and your Crushing Tide want only to secure a future for your people. I say to you, this can only be done by confronting this threat together. Threats. Threats. What is this threat you speak of? If it is unity you crave, then submit yourself to our command. Be as the Serpent Reefers. They are only shorewalkers I deign to call friend. You would ask us to willingly surrender ourselves to your Lord of the Whirl. I do. For that, and that alone, we ensure peace between us. Preposterous. We propose not alliance, but servitude. This way lies nothing but death for all Sahagin. Do you hear this, my spawn brothers? The Shorewalkers have stolen this one's mind. He decries Lord Leviathan and espouses the lunacy of our sworn foes. Lunacy. These treacherous wretches have abandoned our god and conspire to drive we faithful from our ancestral home. We must not let this stand. For shame, forsaken by our spawn brothers, they side with the finless ones and blaspheme our Lord Leviathan. They who steal our spawning grounds and slaughter our children, our future, our future. Grows. Master Dao. Behold, behold this blessing. Lord Leviathan grants us greater and greater strength. You would call this a blessing? Such horrors. Flee, flee for your lives. Yeah, it's fine if you want to run. Get the hell away from those. As long as you're not despairing. The beast makes for Ailport. I leave this place to you. Yeah, go take care of that. And Dao runs. Wait, you had a third? Splendid, splendid. Let all our spawn brothers be blessed with such power. That's not gonna go well. It's also definitely not enough. Didn't we fight things like this in the undersea area in Shadowbringers? Some of the blasphemies are not wholly right. Definitely similarities. Could hit some higher damage numbers there. Critical rate. Damage dealt by 10%. Damage dealt by 10%. Beefy. This is the second time you've saved my life, Shorewalker. My gratitude is as boundless as the sea. But what of the Admiral? We must go to her aid. Yeah, I hope that first Sahagin to run didn't also turn. Oh well, it didn't turn, but you got there a little late. Right. I was too late. I'm sorry. There is no need for apologies. You are not responsible for my people's plight. But what I cannot fathom is Dao's response. How pleased he was to see his brothers becoming slavering beasts. The fool believes it a blessing from Leviathan himself. Any hope for a peaceable solution will be lost should Dao and his crushing tide manage to wield these transformations as weapons against us. Yeah, I doubt they'll be able to control them. I guess that's lucky for us. I shudder at the very thought. And yet the true threat, the blasphemy, is still out there, yes? Just so. The first ones to transform are those who have fallen into the deepest depths of despair. The more painful their anguish, the more fearsome and formidable they become in their bestial forms, and the greater this influence over others. We can scarcely hope to stand against a legion of such foes. Would that there were more of my people who could do to help. I will have the Maelstrom patrol the seas for the blasphemy, that we might slay it with all due haste. But this may well amount to naught. If the blasphemy, too, was born from a Sahagin, it could be sheltering in the depths, beyond the reach of our ships. In that case, pray allow my spawn brothers and I to serve as your eyes beneath the sea. Thank you, Null. Through our efforts combined, we might yet weather this threat. As for your brothers, who gave their lives today in for our cause, I shall see that they are returned home to be laid to rest as they deserve. You have my gratitude, Admiral. And with that, we should return as well. There is much work to be done, and would see it done quickly. And I would see it done quickly. Ooh. Excuse me. Just clicking a few things out of frame. shared our findings. So you see, the danger is exactly as the Sahagin have described. While Dallin has looked up no means of forcibly triggering the phenomenon at present, he's plainly intended to seek one out. Redouble our patrols offshore, and inform me at the first sign of anything out of the ordinary. It shall be done now. I worry that we may be stretching ourselves too thin. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I will recall our forces from Garlemald. Yet I would reserve that as a last resort. For now, I must get to work securing reinforcements. I ask that you remain close by. I may have need for your strength always. Speak to Nimnus. What are these quests? I don't remember these. I know what that one is. I don't think that highway robbery was though. Old heroes never die. The Admiral left a message for you, and the news is not good. It appears that a Lumenson merchant ship was assailed by a Sahagin raiding party affiliated with the Crushing Tide. To further complicate matters, the vessel in question was carrying a shipment of crystals supplied to us by the kobolds of Ogomoro. The Admiral suspects that Dao needs to use the plundered crystals to summon Leviathan. She has gone to meet with Noel, that we and our Sahagin allies might take swift action. She bids you join her immediately. Should the worst come to the worst, your experience in combating primals may prove essential. Pray, make for South Tide Gate and rendezvous with Admiral Blofuswin at once. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Definitely feels like an old quest out of Limsa. Calming seas and the crushing tide, eh? Yeah. Thank you for coming, Rad. The situation is grim. The crushing tide plundered one of our trading ships and seized a goodly stash of Ogomoro crystals. Though their aim is clear, it appears they yet lack the quantity needed to perform the summoning. Dao longs for the days whenever Sahagin cried out for Lord Leviathan's deliverance. Will stop at nothing to see them return. I cannot fathom what the crushing tide are thinking, what satisfaction or happiness can be found in giving over their hearts and minds to a false god. And so we must thwart their design, lest the bonds we have forged be forever broken. By the same token, we cannot ignore the blasphemy, nor the transformations its presence may bring about. A battle on two fronts, neither of which we can commit to at the expense of the other. As we sail into the eye of the storm, I would hear your counsel. What course of action do you propose? I should probably go after the crystals, just in case they actually do summon some stuff. I return to the three great pirate powers for me. Let's recruit the Yellow Jackets to the cause. It's a good job for the company of heroes. Let's do pirate power, right? We could try the company of heroes next. As it happens, I've already enlisted the Executioners, the Krakens, and the Sirens to the cause. They've done much to bolster the Maelstrom's efforts to scour the seas for the blasphemy. So if we're to seek reinforcements, we'll have to turn elsewhere. But to whom? Yellow Jackets are probably pretty thin with, like, defenses here and in Garlemald. Sounds like a job for the Company of Heroes. That's a name I've not heard in some time. 'Tis true that they answered the call many a time. Indeed, other than you and yours, there are arguably none better suited for the task of primal slaying. But they disbanded over 5 years ago, and neither hide nor hair has been seen of their commander since. Absent their leader, I suspect they will be reluctant to join our cause. We could perhaps do like a few of them? And yet, I can think of no better option. I'll contact Wisecate, our erstwhile commander's right-hand man, and see if he will not hear us out. I'll ask him to meet at the Downing Wrench. Let us hope he is receptive to our offer. No, might I trust you and your brothers to continue the search for the blasphemy in the meantime? But of course, Admiral. We will discover anything. If we discover anything, you will be the first to know. The drowning winch was... Okay. Okay. Oh, let me go back to Mensa. I haven't been there in a while. Back up top. Still the aft castle. Join these other people. My apologies for the delay. Have we found any of them? You are alone. Hmm? And here I swore 5 years ago that I was done playing hero. Look at that. Can someone explain what this is all about? Believe it or not, I'm a respectable man with some respectable obligations these days. Take that whole arm out of your arse, old friend. And stop pretending you're not still a murderous bastard at heart. Watch that wicked tongue of yours open up. Oh. Must I skewer it and prove you right? Nothing like a reunion with your companions over a bottle of the witch's finest vintage. That is why we're here, right? Aw. Long time no eye catch up, Letters. Gray Fox's tummy tickled the seagull friends again. Thank you for assembling on such short notice. Spare us the pleasantries, Admiral. Why are we here? Make a simple request. Reform the company of heroes and lend some limits in your strength. Reason, I'm sure, I would hear it. Something that's probably above your head, but we had no one else to turn to be honest. So there you have it. A terrible fiend known as a blasphemy prowls our seas, transforming the Sahagin into ravening beasts. At the same time, the Sahagin themselves, specifically a hostile faction calling themselves the Crushing Tide, had declared their intention to summon Leviathan anew. Should they succeed, we would be hard-pressed to deal with the primal while still dealing with other threats. Right pickle indeed. The answer is no. The commander disbanded the company, and as his first mate, it was not my place to gainsay his final order. Saw that, I say. Forgotten our company's creed. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. Now, the people now in danger are not the same men and women we fought to defend years ago. The commander would not have turned his back on them. Neither should we. Bold words, Landon. But do you truly believe that we can honor them as we are? Old mercenaries past their prime, lacking a commander whose wisdom and prowess saw them rewarded once upon a time? Ah, yes, your commander. Found him. What if Rad here were to lead you in his stead? Surely you would not question her abilities. An intriguing proposition. I, for one, would not be averse to serving under such a decorated hero. Gummy friend has a goodly head for fight evening. Goodly arms. Oh my god. Goblins. As ringing an endorsement as any, but I would hear it from the woman herself. You're capable of leading a company of heroes in the battle. If you've the stones to follow me. Now that's the confidence I expect from my commander. Very well then. Consider us yours to lead. It's a ragtag bunch. 5 years to the day. Truth be told, I was enjoying the more leisurely life, but when duty calls... Wait, before we proceed, I must ask, have we no way of reaching out to the commander? Forgotten how he took his leave, have we? Up and vanishing so we could each find our own way, apart from him and the company. I doubt we'll see him again, much as I wish we could. To the matter at hand, the missions we'll undertake. First, you are to aid us tracking down the blasphemy that roams the sea. Second, we must prevent the crushing tide from sinking the Leviathan at all costs. Oh, is that all? And there I thought we might get our feet wet with a real challenge. But in all seriousness, we should take care to decide who attends to what. It sounds like a job for our acting commander. I'm sure she'll give it all due consideration. Maybe if I remembered what any of you specialized in. No map. So if I understand this correctly, we're to bring down the so-called blasphemy. Of course, to do that, we'll need to find the damn thing first. We've also got to prevent the crushing tide from summoning their god, Leviathan. A tall order in and of itself. As acting commander, it's your job to decide who will be doing what, based on the skills we each have to offer. I recommend that you start by having a chat with each of us, that you might develop a sense of strengths and weaknesses. Mostly strengths, of course, with the storied veterans under your command. Let's talk with all of you, then. Assessment time. You look like a tank. My specialty, you ask? Why, impaling fiends with this lance of mine, of course. The stronger the foe, the better. None are a match for me. It would be folly to waste my talents on dealing with those slippery fishmen. Set me against that so-called blasphemy, and we'll have the thing on a skewer before you can say Merwood Blofelswin. It is kind of a mouthful. Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. Wise choice. Send then you're left with Sahagan. He's likely to help them summon Leviathan to sate his bloodlust. Didn't seem particularly bloodlusty to me. This guy, on the other hand, I will speak plain. I'm not some battle-crazed barbarian like Lindenel. As none of the Ooh, a tribe of peerless hunters, I conduct my affairs with discipline and prudence. As such, I know better than any that to rush headlong into battle is rarely the best course of action. Far wiser is it to observe from afar and proceed with caution. You're going to prevent the primal summoning. Very astute, if I do say so myself. There are few better suited to the task of averting needless bloodshed than the famously circumspect Old Nun. You look mischievous. As you well know, my vision is somewhat lacking these days. I can still defend myself when necessary, but I'd rather it not come to that. My condition also leaves me rather unsuited to scouting and searching. It wasn't always the case, but such is life. On the other hand, I'd like to think I've gotten quite good at sounding out the intentions of others during negotiations and the like. Well, you're not going to be negotiating with the blasphemy, so you'll also go for the primal summoning. You have a keen sense for these things, I see. More so than reconnaissance or battle, Samani has a knack for working behind the scenes to see the company's goals achieved. Rayflock's master remaker of Illuminati treasures offers much hand-blending with ingenuity. Far-seeing spyglass sees far into ocean deep. Crackfires go boom and blast beasts into bitty pieces. You're going after the blasphemy. they'll need all the firepower they can get. A logical choice, if I do say so myself. Brave Fox's mastery of tools and their armaments are sure to avail you in tracking and felling that beast. It would seem everyone has their assignments. And I dare say the choices you made are nigh impeccable. If I didn't know better, I think you'd been leading us for years. And with that, it is time we got to work. I've procured link pearls for one and all, that we can keep each other appraised of our progress. We may pick them up at Maelstrom Command. We'd best be off then. Should we have need to regroup or reconsider our strategy, call for us. I think we've made the right choices. I don't know where you're going, or even which way I'm going. Probably to deal with the Sahagin, because maybe Leviathan will be involved. I will return to command and share these developments here with the Secretariat of our Sahagin friends. Do join me if you can, Commander Rad. But I'm not in part of the Maelstrom. Oh well. Praised me of the situation in full. Furnish Rad with the link pearl, yes? Of course, Admiral. Another moon armor lady. It seems the company is trying to reach us. Oh there, Commander. Just give the word and I'll come running. Lower your goddamn voice, will you? Watch your tongue, or I'll track you down and rip yours out. You sound more like mortal enemies than old companions. And that's where Rad comes in. I'm trusting you to whip them back into shape, make them a force to be reckoned with. We'll see. I'll have the Secretariat contact you if there are any developments. I would convey them to the entire company by link pearl, but we cannot afford anyone taking reckless action. In the meantime, I'll reach out to Noel and see what he has gleaned about the crushing tide in their hideout. Let us hope for good tidings, Commander. So we've probably got 3 quests after this. 88, 89, and 90. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well. In that case, we're going to go back to the Crystarium. And speak with Nina out by Job. Well, I'm going to take this little shift in direction for a very quick bathroom break. Be right back. And I'm back. Maybe not as quickly as some other VTubers, but unlike some other VTubers, I actually wash my hands. And I'll get another little drink. That's a soda, not a beer. So, you know, I've got options. Now let's get on with the main quests. Been a while since I've been out here. My chair readjusted. I think I need a noise gate, but I've got a nice mic. I want to get that situated first, and then we'll look about expanding audio stuff later. Lina. Rad, you are returned. Have you been well, you and the others? We've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. Everyone else is still alive. Garaha sends his regards. Then things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. Yeah, he wishes you well. In particular. He said this to you, these exact words. Oh, to know that he is happy, it fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Rad, for taking care of him. Yeah, we wouldn't want to lose Garaha. He's best boy. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile a request though it is. Yeah, he's already done that once, but it worked out pretty well. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. It is good news. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Sentiment Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. That's one way of going about it. Might cause some friction in the future, though. And thus far, nothing is set in stone. But however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our old lord. No one could. Everyone agrees. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? Yeah, like final day hell beasts? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious you should ask me this question, though. Yeah, we have observed some pretty bad phenomena. Some days ago, Rhine came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in a stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. Oh, so she knows. She and other Crystarium youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she has struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? Yeah, sure. That might help, really. Oh, hey, a bot. Report. Spam. Report. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I'll be along as soon as I can. I skipped a line there. I'm either going straight into the Crystarium or going to go see Rhine. Straight into the Crystarium. teleport there again. Everybody else in their moon suits, similarly waiting. Oh, skipped. Okay. That's what Rhinington here is. Got some voices. Nada. Kind of odd. Do my old eyes deceive? Old eyes deceive. Is that truly rad? Oh, hey! The new mall. Ah, it is. Full glad am I to see you hail and hold, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at the most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. Big thumbs up. Big thumbs up. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? I mean, Hades, honestly. Vauthry, like, Titania was more fun than anyone else. Vauthry was a pretty big roadblock every once in a while. Hades, well, that's kind of an odd answer too, actually, because Hades, Emmett Selch, worked with us a lot of the time and helped, but eventually was probably the toughest boss fight. Vauthry was not so bad. So honestly, kind of tempted. What's the surprise one? Truly? I never would have guessed, but then if I could, I suppose I wouldn't have had to ask. 'Tis a tremendously eye-opening answer, and we will see that your account of this battle features prominently in the tome. There was no detail provided. I know you'd love to talk your ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. These documents from Eulor won't collect themselves. Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treaties. I mean, I guess... what outside of Vauthry and Hades would provide the most? I guess, like, the False Warrior of Light was a much harder fight. Hades was a cool fight, though. I don't even remember a harder dungeon. They were cool. We got the twinning. Some of the Eden fights were kind of rough. But that was with restoring the empty. Till next time, then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself. Again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. It might. That was rather quick. Do we have Lena or... Is that the Warrior of Darkness? I'm not so Dark Knight looking right now. It's her, it's really her. What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Riki. You'd only give her a stomachache. Yeah, I don't need anything that's too incredibly sugary. We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight. But first, we need to choose a fighting style. Well, I know that I want to be a mage. Acro isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing. Oh, well, maybe you should reconsider. So I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about a lot of things. Well, he does. He isn't here. Oh, he's a little busy right now, I think. Uh-oh. Why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkle the best? Axe, sword, or bow? These are both tank weapons, though. You're probably better protected with sword and shield. Oh, I mean, but if you really do warrior stuff, you can heal yourself all the time. What do you look like, kid? You go for the sword. Sword. If you took the sword, you could be just like Brandon, the Warrior of Light. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular, though. I hope it's still here. This kid on the right looks like Alt Astel. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style, and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Whoa, whoa, kid. You're in for a rousing. Who's next? Such fun she's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does she spare a thought for me? Of course not. Who said that in my general direction? I waited and waited and waited, but she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless. Yeah! Fiol? I need you? Oh, faithful. Yeah. That's more respectable. How's it going? You're the best. If you truly missed me, you should have cried out for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call me twice, with twice the passion next time. Though for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. You're still great, Phil. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Okay. If you say so. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we faithful is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. And that's another reason I don't want to abandon this place with the moon ship. Let's just make that, you know, another bit of land around the star. And the most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's the plan. But here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder, what manner of conclusion relates to the tale's end? Did you disappear again? Stick around, Fail. There we go. Lena and Ryan. My apologies for the delay. Rad, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. What do you say, Ryan? Back to the Crystal Tower? I hear you might know about what's going on. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. I think your connection to Heidelin might have told you. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin. Never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. It sounds right to me, to be honest. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. I saw something similar recently. But then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a fragment of a half-remembered dream. Well, I've got some things to tell you. Rad, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So there's this thing called the Final Days, and we kind of kickstarted it. Heidelin's still pretty weak, even though we finally defeated Zodiark, which again happened really quickly. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amarat has come again. Yup. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First, so don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. That's good to know. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the Final Days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. I hope so. Toss Eden at it. In fact, you might be better off than we are. Oh, yay, another bot. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we. United in purpose beneath the blazing sky. Yeah, be lucky it's not blazing here yet. What does our ironwood weapon stuff look like? I've got a bunch of foods. Ooh, and let's put these over here. And materia down here. I'll trade all that to Dome. This lasted in half an hour. Go through that pretty quickly. .86 spear, which is same as the others. A little better. Ouch, that's a big hit to crit. Determination direct value, which like base damage and HP restored, which is nice. Direct hit, slightly getting more damage than normal hits. I think better base is probably good. That's pretty alright. I like that a lot more than the previous one, for sure. Probably still going to clamor on my relic weapon. What was it called? The Boston weapon. Recollection weapon. I headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lina. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. Yeah. before I go talk to Elidibus, I have to look better. In fact, my moon clothes are... like, it's not bad, right? But... what did I replace my hat with? Oh yeah, the little flower. The moon clothes are not bad, but I think I will also go back to judge clothes. Just looking like I'm straight out of Ozja and Zadnor. That always gets me. Did I not put in... I thought... oh, I did. It's right there. I'm on it. Well, we'll keep the flower glamour. May have not put in the leggings. Yeah. Gonna have to take some of that out soon. Real soon. That's alright, I've got stuff in there that I'm definitely not going to use anytime soon. Yeah. This looks more DPS-y and ready for battle. The moon clothes is... they're... okay. I think these stand out a little bit more. I mean, come on. That glow. That's a great looking lance. Alright then. Back to the Crystal Tower. We haven't been here in a minute. Here's the dude that let us in up top. Yep, and a look at it right over here. These troops, Rad, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I will show you the dock. Let's go! Yep, those some memories. But we're not here for them. They're all nice and safe still. We are here for Elidibus. I don't think we ever walked in this room. Where's that white aura site, eh? There's the soul crystal thing.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
So we can still work the magic computers. Not quite how things work where I come from, but, you know.
Reinitializing Circus Tower systems.
Close enough.
Searching for Elidibus entity.
Let's see if he's still here. Better hope he is.
Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
Is that the best place to put an Ascian soul?
My home. My friends. No more than a dream.
Sort of. The one Emmett Selch made a dream.
You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiark. You must explain all.
Well, so about Zodiark. He's gone. And you know what that means. Heidelin's still around, though. No idea how pleased you are with that.
So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star.
They have indeed. You know, we think.
The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear.
Precisely.
But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill.
It was definitely Fandaniel's design. We kind of played right into it.
Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation.
Good.
Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
Thank you. You're quite more cooperative than I suspected. Yeah, let's go ahead and apologize. You worked really hard and we put you through a lot.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiark from servitude.
I don't know how free I would call Zodiark right now.
Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own.
Yeah, we built off of your theories.
The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel.
Really?
Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long, long ago.
He had become quite a twisted soul since then, not really going through the life of Amon and then not even really living by the ideals of old Fandaniel or Amon.
Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation.
Quite.
So consumed by self-loathing and hate.
Kinda seemed to love himself, but yeah, he was pretty nihilistic. He's the one who drove Zodiark.
Elpis. Yes. The name is familiar to me.
The flower.
Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
Really now?
A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world.
Another one, huh?
Many worked there. And before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief.
Fandaniel.
He was Hermes.
Hermes. Hermes.
That is all I know.
I mean, I get the god allegory, but...
The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction.
Our research
Elpis
on the moon
itself
says
would
similar.
tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived.
Oh?
Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility.
We do kind of deal
And
with
the
the impossible
truth.
sometimes.
That fills my heart.
It's good. I'm glad you can recover a little bit.
My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course.
Mm-hmm.
You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
To the time?
In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower.
Sure, I'm glad you're not one of the crazier, more destructive types.
Which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise
also
moment.
Not expected. Very unexpected. Okay.
Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed.
Can I help with
Your
that?
form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you.
Okay, I can ghost about.
Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change.
That's probably good, considering we're going to the past. Unless I could change Fandaniel to be not crazy in this iteration, but I doubt it.
For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days.
That's also very true.
You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come.
Yeah, that's probably a good orientation to take, honestly.
In full knowledge of this,
I can dimension hop
will you
and such,
still
but I'm not so familiar
entrust
with
your
time
life
travel.
to your foe and make the journey?
Yeah, I mean, you and Emmett Selch are the most rational foes
Very
we've
well.
fought.
I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act.
It sounds like you're
You
be in this
must
tower
input
for
the
a while.
commands. I no longer have the authority.
So you know how to
First,
this place, but
you must
can't.
reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Okay. I have some experiences as a mage. Oh, we can do that with 2 button presses. And Elidibus is gone. No more advice from
The
him.
preparations are complete.
Mm-hmm.
The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular.
Well, maybe he's just moved.
All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic
time.
should consume every last mote of my essence.
Kind of don't like
Why
the sound
you
of that.
surprised? Did
You
I not
did.
say that this will be my final act?
You did.
Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The
Fair
ones I
enough.
love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream.
I hope this sends you there
Now
instead
go,
of just consuming you.
warrior of light. Go, and do not look back.
How do I get back? How do we get back if this consumes all of you?
Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude.
Well said, Elidibus.
It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
We did always kind of have the same goal. They were just determined to do it through Zodiark. And sacrificing a lot of other shards. Oh, right. Just like when we first entered the first. Plunge ourselves into this past time. Looks a lot different than when I hop around. Oh. Oof. Those light shadows. So we've got to look for Hermes. Among all these 25-foot tall Amaranthines, who still made ridiculously big doors even for themselves. Guide-like man. Aetherite-like device. I mean, it's basically an aetherite, right? Device is reminiscent of an aetherite. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Let us try. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. Okay. The man stands dutifully by the aetherite-like device, a guide for this facility in all likelihood. Is that? You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidibus warned, it appears your form is intangible. Tangible to the floors! This is the right place, yes? Propylaeon? Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Propylaeon. Attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither is she. What else have we to guess at? They have healthy trees inside. Nice. Black-robed man. They're all wearing black robes. They're all wearing black robes, not white ones. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half-mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum and the recreated Almarok. It would seem you have made it to your destination. Maybe, hopefully. Notice me! You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities. But the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. Hello, excuse me. Fuck you! Nothing. Okay. Well, can I just walk through the sturdy door? I suspect the door leads outside, but how to open it? Can I interact with it at all? I can interact with the floor. Right. Channel more Aether at it. They did warp in.
And here we are, Elpis. Well, How rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
Hmm?
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
What? But everybody else is wearing them.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Yup. Old, young Emmett. And probably us. Do you see us? Mm-hmm.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business. By the by, you see it too, yes?
Hmm?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
Oh, Emmett. You looked right at us.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's.
So you're not Azem.
Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave
Even
it be.
look the same? I guess you
Come
look
now.
the same.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Are you Elidibus?
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
Wow, you are tired by everything. All right, let's go pal around with
I suggest
Elidibus
you close
or
your
with
eyes,
Emmett
or
Felch.
this may be unpleasant.
And Elidibus? Good, Van Daniel?
You may open your eyes.
And we're solid. And the same size. Sort of.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
It will be nice to not be shin height.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am
Yeah, that's
Elidibus,
cool. That's
Chief
good.
of
That's
the Bureau
good.
of the Architect.
Ithildeus.
Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend?
This is going to be very odd for you to hear, but...
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
A good guess. But if you thought that I was created by Azin in this time, why wouldn't I be able to understand your words?
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
A more direct question. These are both true. I need to learn about Elpis.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend.
Yeah, there's a good reason for that.
And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work.
Good. That's very, very similar to why I'm here.
We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
How kind of you.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
Also, don't I look like a sundered soul? Do any of you look like catgirls?
If you harbor suspicions,
Maybe-
better to keep
maybe
it
Azim was
close
just
than leave it to
quirky
its
like
own
that.
devices. Wouldn't you agree?
That's quite astute of you. I think it is.
Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
Come on, Emmett. Those are some very different
Welcome,
sparkles
my
about
friends,
the area.
to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge. Elpis.
Cool. The world unsundered. Quite a place you've made for yourself as a testing ground. Oh, hey! Oh my god. Is this Hydaelyn pre-primal
This presence.
Hydaelyn? I feel like I'm probably... Oh my god, it's Axolotls.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
You also a familiar. Why are you dressed different than everyone? Are you Proto-Dragon Lady?
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Oh, if you only knew, bud. But telling you anything could make things real weird, real quick. Democritus? Wow. Let's speak with Democritus real quick. Those researchers are from the Academia Aniders World here to observe the state of the local flora. I wish they would give equal attention to the ambient environment, specifically how much noise they are adding to it with their little debate. But Democritus liked debates. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. Stop. Very much, Emmett. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour. Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, we should start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to aether. Creation magic allows us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Yeah, this will be cool. What? An unexpected error popped up. I hit the map button and the game crashed. I think that's the first time Final Fantasy has crashed on me. Maybe it really doesn't like you opening the map in that area. Give me a moment to log in again. That was weird. Definitely the first time I've seen that happen. Oh no. Well, 355 isn't too bad. It's not going to be as immediate as usually when I'm logging in. I get like 16 or 30 people ahead of me. Time to stretch. So yeah, I tried to open the map, and then I got an error dialog box popping up. Oh no. It refreshed and didn't change. I'm tempted to immediately load in and then press the map button again, but I don't want the game to crash again. It did just give me, like, an area name, though, right? Oh no, this could take a while. It did just give me an area name. So I assume the place has a map. It even has an aetheryte that I may or may not be able to log back into. So that's tempting. But oof. I wonder, let me see if, let me cheat and open up more other VTuber windows and also see if anyone else is experiencing this. Who's up? Otano, Nene, Menu, Obake, Supka, Chloroni, Miko, Cleori, Robok. Well, it's kind of a lot open, actually. Oh, yay, there it moved. Right, 280. That's still going to take a minute. I think that's seriously the first time I've ever had Final Fantasy crash on me. It's typically been really, really, really stable, you know? I suppose I will not tempt fate and not try to open the map whenever it loads back in. And that happened right as we're getting to a really cool part, right? Palling around with Emmett Selk and Hythlodeus. Hythlodeus has been our absolute bro, like, the entire time. And Emmett, probably the coolest Final Fantasy villain, right? I was a big fan of Kefka way back when everybody loved Sephiroth whenever he first came out. And 7 is still, like, super beloved. But I think I heard that Emmett recently passed Sephiroth in a fan poll sometime after Shadowbringers came out, which is impressive. See, that the player queue count is going down at all means it's probably not a big wide problem and most likely just a very rare error. Let's see. Final Fantasy 14. Error, disconnect. And we will search for the past hour. There are no good searches. Cool. Wow, the third result is MBA and then Sea Thief speed reads. That's completely unrelated. Past 24 hours. Oh? Something about a PS4 error. Oh, you know, I should have really actually looked better at that error and maybe copied some of it down. Some people talking about a DX11 error from yesterday. May have been what I experienced. Registry cleaner. Hey, the count is down by more than half. Well. Okay, you know, it looks like it's probably pretty stable, and that was just kind of a random error. Well, hey, a third bot. You came at a great time. I'm going to use this opportunity to go to the bathroom again, because I've been drinking soda like a smart person. Ah! Right as I log in, I'm going to leave you all with a scene and music. hands washed and all. Rad Mahou's got some rather aggressively horrible news going on downstairs. Not like personally horrible news, just, you know, media being media. We'll not go into that, though. We've got cooler stuff to get through here. Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Do I dare press the map button? I've got a mini-map up. This place has to have a map. Tired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. No, I'm actually not familiar with that concept. In that case, Emmett? No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of aether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes. You'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Alright. Crash test. Hey, it works. Hey. This place is kind of big. And it has fates? And 3 aetherites. Can I attune to the aetherite back here yet? Now that I'm full of aether and proper sized? Oh, I can't even select it. I like wind up Kefka dancing around all silly in the air. That's a good choice. Lothitis we'll float our way there. Why are so many of your creations immediately hostile? What exactly are you researching? Yes, these creatures should suffice. An aetheric robe. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petalodi. You're sending me out on basic MMO fetch quests? There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken them petalodi first. Good luck. Okay. Let's make an orange one. Hopefully not attract this flower circle. There's the 20,000. I'm a dummy. There's a go. Orange and blue, I'm not so sure about, but at least it was only the 2 of them and not like 3 or 5 or 10. Cut the petalodi. Come, let us see. Yes, these fine fellows will do nice of you. And now for a spot of reversion. So you don't just whisk things out of nowhere. Will this not match your gray robes? It's nothing fancy, but then we're not trying to stand out. Try it on for size. Won't someone be angry with us for using those creatures? Or is that why you made them? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. And besides, we can always make more pedalodai. They need only a tiny amount of aether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you some unwanted attention from casual observers. You're the only two around here with your masks off. Emmett Sulk speaks true, even dressed like us. Your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. Question is, whose? Ah, of course, Azim's. If you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? For lack of her presence, absolutely. Were she here, she'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. Probably. Azim does sound like the... not outcast or outlander, but... outlier. The different one. Who didn't even go along with the Heidelin plan. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Sophist's robe, podia, and Hupodema. Okay. Do I have to put it on now? Because, like, if I have to fight anything, that stuff will kill me. If you are ready, let us continue along the path to Ananorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. You just walk through the watery pebbles with your robes. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, this place looked great from the beginning. Also, the Loperites could take note. This is what nature looks like. It's a little bigger than I expected. Yeah, we'll keep our bonker paladin. Everything else is pretty large, or very much doesn't fit in. This at least almost matches the Koki Pedalodai. These named different? Kiane Pedalodai. And the Norsis Observer. Probably not Hermes. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask I would assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The Chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him in one of the pools here. Pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disturbing your work. I say, Hythlodius, never met Hermes. You know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his aether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Xelk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see aether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short and dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you to possess any. You have a wild assumption of Azim. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. I do the fist bump thing, thus starting that tradition way in the past. So much to do, so much bother involved in getting it done. I could have a familiar perform my duties instead, but even creating one in the first place is far more effort than I'm willing to expend. You gotta put forth effort to get things done, though. Cute. Zeuxis. What should we do next, Meadowlands? A spot of sunbathing, perhaps? Ah! Some quite familiar creatures who remained unchanged for a long, long time. You lost, my familiar friend. And Norris is not the safest place to wander unattended. You best return to your master's side. You have unicorns! Curious familiar. I suppose your creator sent you here to learn our ways and perhaps achieve some degree of enlightenment? So what do you ask of me? Well, tell me about yourself. Like most of my colleagues here at Ananorsis, or Anagnorsis, but probably Ananorsis, like Gnosis, I am charged with observing the various creations in our care and assessing their suitability for life in Etheirys. It's an enormous responsibility, of course, though the sense of achievement from bringing new species into the world makes it all worthwhile. Tell me about this place. Ananorsis is one of the most important facilities in Elpis, as it is here that we ascertain the various merits and shortcomings of the various flora and fauna in our care. It derives its name from the ethos at the center of our work, and being in discovery of the creation's true nature. Only by allowing them to coexist in an environment such as this do we reveal unto us the essence of their being. Sure. Thank you. Bum, bum. I spy a Minder. Am I close to? I am close to an Aetherite. Parmos. Observing voracious predators and the like is an incredibly dangerous occupation, which is precisely why I keep my distance and leave the rest to you familiars. After all, I'm far too important to risk my neck gathering dung samples and the like. Y'all lot just created lesser creatures in order to do your work for you. For a familiar, you appear quite inquisitive. Perhaps you were created to learn? Well, if there is anything you wish to know, I'd be glad to explain. No options to talk to you, though. A seahorse. With a gnarly face. can't speak to either of you. Getting outside the realm of the quest, too. A junkmonger and a mender in the middle of this place. What do you have for sale? Why is everything else manganese? That looks okay. What about the axe? Ooh, that looks kind of good. That looks kind of good. I don't have a Reaper yet. That looks alright. I'm not gonna look at all of these. Chakras. Yeah, that's pretty okay. What about our mage staffs and such? That looks kinda nice. These are all exactly like what I got from the last quest, right? Yeah. Red mage. It's not very glowy. And white mage. That's pretty okay. It's still not glowy. I've got some glowy stuff. Oh, all my warriors stuff. And some others. I'm not sure. Update something. I'm not sure what all of that was. Some of it was warrior, because I was leveling warrior a little while back. But there was some slaying here and there, and I don't know what else I've replaced recently outside of my spear. Nice. So far, this expansion has had a habit of not letting me attune to mana threats, but it's pretty good. What have we here? Yeah, Azim liked meddling for help and being inquisitive, and everybody else is like, why are you so inquisitive? Why are you talking to me? Am I real here? I specialize in the observation of flora. Some of the larger species, such as trees and so forth, continue to grow over the course of many centuries, which requires a great deal of patience on my part. Thankfully, I'm quite content to spend my days in these idyllic surroundings. Well, let's find... Oh, hey, look! It's a Hermes. And a bewinged girl. We don't see this species anywhere else. They have such funny faces. That's nice music. So, early Fandaniel, the original.
Huh. You are...
That's the voice.
Oh.
Bird Dragon Girl.
Different. You're different too.
Yeah.
You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
Are you extremely young
Wait,
and still learning?
Please. Wait.
Center yourself.
Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
I can.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
I see no reason why not.
May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
Elidibus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
Being all buddy-buddy friendly with Ascians is real different.
You are of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
Hermes,
You do?
who does not have a unique
You
mask.
have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Then again, Hythlodaeus' mask is also the same as everybody else's, and they don't really like individuality. Or at least flaunting individuality.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more
Hythlodaeus is a
agreeable
bro,
company,
for sure.
this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
Wouldn't they know that?
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment.
I think much of our species...
Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau.
Is like that.
I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing.
That's so weird. That's so weird.
But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
Something gives me the...
If we have finished with the perfunctory
Notion that you
chit-chat,
never
I would
submitted.
discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder.
You'll have lots of time, eh?
I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amistoma is missing.
An abstoma. But they can't get out of the water. Well, I mean, they do have legs. So maybe.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
It flopped all the way over there.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
Probably.
The fashion has
They're
been to
very light.
imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The
Metron
amistomas
sounds more
too
familiar
can
with
fly,
Euron.
if only slightly,
Tell you.
and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help too.
Oh, her ability to speak.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
It might be good for the ecosystem. Who knows?
May I suggest we split up?
But
If
aren't
you
a
would be so
guide?
good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Oh, fair enough. Still 4 of them. What do you all have to say? Elidibus was submitted to the Bureau not long ago. I'm pleased to see it has found its way here. We'll make sure these little ones don't wander off like their adventurous fellow. Go on and represent. And Emmett? The tenet of the words of Neutron is to create aquatic life both unique and beneficial. Aquatic. What would possess them to put this creature in the sky? And is it even aquatic to begin with? Looks both aquatic and land. I mean, it looks like a Minecraft axolotl. Right? No? Burrow beyond the tree, then. Is that a different tree? Is that Hermes? Well, now. Adventures of Stone. It seems Hermes and Methion have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as Stona. And though it has been safely extracted from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. Agreed. Lavastoma. Hermes sought high up the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Do you need a hand? Fine, if a little embarrassed. For your own safety, please stand back. I know you as a theater kid. Are you also acrobatic? Not as much. Perfect unsundered souls, eh? Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Methion. Both you and, Rad, familiar of Azimd. Rad Mahou, you're called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. Cute. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Yep. Oh no, I'd forgotten all about its fellows. You're prone to bouts of drama even now. Truly, what a relief. I must thank Endwalker and Elidibus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way, as Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you'll enjoy your time here. Hey, these two. Let's not step on the Epstone. Yeah. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnosis. Are these names Greek-based? I didn't have an easier time with Latin-based, but some of these are immediate tongue twisters. Bird of Elpis. Also, staying away from the continued, ever-present Elpis jokes. Some creations stay outside. Others stay at Tissus. Like the Apostomus. Are they... what's Tissus? No more errant creations to distract us from matters of actual import, I trust. Yes. Just blissfully uneventful in your absence. The little ones were on their best behavior. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Apostomas are safe and well. present, you send them back to their space. If you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you'll see a table and chairs, a meeting area. You may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Maybe caffeine makes me a little bit too quick and sloppy of tongue. Then again, who doesn't like a little sloppy? Yeah, that's what I thought. Stone Trader. But you usually have... yeah. Just little things until I do more fates. This place is great looking. It's not the first flying island area, but it's pretty nice. Well, Emmett Selk has been accommodating thus far. He is the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you will have to ask his permission. That may or may not be forthcoming, eh?
This appears to be the place.
It does.
And here is where we part ways.
No permission for me.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
I mean, I think that's fair.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
Perhaps.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Yes.
Perhaps. But I believe she can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise.
Are you sure about that?
Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
You're intimidating, Emmett.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
I've done so far, haven't I? Aside from not dressing in your robes.
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor.
Oh. Well.
In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did.
Why do you speak like that?
He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words.
Maybe he doesn't feel so hot about continually following in someone else's footsteps?
No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fan Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
So you all died natural deaths anyway?
Of his own volition, yes. Like so many others have before him.
Died voluntary deaths.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Yes, in a sense.
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the Star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
It's definitely a healthy way of looking
The
at it.
14 are
It makes me
no
wonder.
exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom.
Custom and
Mayhap
tradition aren't
you
always the
feel
best
Fan
choices.
Daniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
All of you
I know of
philosopher
all
scientists.
this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Okay. She's troubled by your words. Yeah, so if you all recognize yourselves as the lifeblood of the planet, might not the final days really kind of be your doing? I'm sorry, Rad. I didn't mean a walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. I suppose. Wrong door. What do you have to say if I try not to leave? Forgive me. I will make it up to you, I promise. Oof, buddy. You have no idea what you've done. Will do. Most would jump at the chance to serve in the convocation, and yet... Don't mind us, my friend. Please tend to the Elidibus, you're the most legit. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about that. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, how did you come here? I can't go into great detail here. You can learn about Elpis and Hermes. We will teach you. I can teach you. We can take turns. Tell you something, tell me something. Sure, why not? is, so I'll have him explain instead. Okay. Cute bird girl. Bird girl feet. Mimnon. What have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the ears and tails of a beast. I assume you're a familiar like Methion. Is there something you need? Would that dialogue be different if I were a different race? Like if I were a Hewer? Or just a big old muscle guy? This is Rad. Could you teach her about Elpis? Newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works on the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subject to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habits might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well and be good. Do you hear? That's another thing. Did Heidelin just, like, create a ton of familiars? And that's us. Except we definitely inherit bits of ASCII souls, right? We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. What would you ask? Where did you come from? From a place far, far away. And I probably don't know it. I don't know much about other places. This place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. You did, like, communicate with us telepathically already. That's something. Yuridome. Dome. I haven't talked to you yet. Extraordinary. It's not every day that I see such a charming familiar. Why, I'd much rather observe a pretty little thing like you than all those brutish creatures everyone insists on making. Thank you. I like your hair. Let's talk first, because you can. Spriggans? What are Spriggans? These little... Oh no, we call them Oriai. If there's many, if it's just one, we say Oriai's. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. And they got approved and released. There is never a dull moment with the Oriai. Their fondness of minerals make them highly unique, and I dare say they will be no less popular. They'll definitely continue on. I can basically promise you they get approved. Hey. The duckbill. Though, perhaps a slightly different color than the Shadowbringer's one. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Perhaps Heidelin made it. Anyway, I'll try reading my mind. That's my power. That's very strong for a power. You could do a lot with that. You're getting nothing, right? I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Okay. You might not like what you see. Greetings, can you hear me? I can. This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me, and project my emotions to others in return. Uh-oh. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. That I'm more familiar with. It's pretty convenient to try and communicate with people who can't speak your same language. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages for other nonverbal means. Yeah. As a consequence, I'm clumsy at speaking. Sure, I know how that goes. You think in thoughts and desires and like a want of conveyance instead of the actual language that everyone around you is using. I get that. Makes words twisty. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in, and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I'll refrain from using my powers when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. That's very kind of you. Did you hear me? I did, very thoroughly. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Well, I haven't done much crafting or gathering, so I'm good at fighting. Ooh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. It sees us now. Quite familiar with that stare. I think we might be bothering it. Or your power kind of transmitted all of that to him too. Let's keep going. I'll go and see Euthane next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Alright. Are you still following? You are still following. I suppose this is a small building? Oh, these are different buildings. I haven't seen anyone flying around yet. Might be there's really not much action going on here. Yuanthi. You also have great hair. Well, if it isn't Mateon, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Yuanthi. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Rad. Oh, candied apple. Hermes certainly is partial to them. But you know, you can't eat Mateon. You weren't made to do so. But I like it, too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. Okay. I'm sorry, Rad. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask you about yours. Well, I failed. Well, let me tell her what I like anyway. You put in the effort. That's what you like. Yeah, I can feel it. Joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Rad. You're very mantis, you know? Extreme mantis energy. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Sure. back already? Pity. A bit longer and we might have snuck away without you. Emmett. You shithead. Oh, excellent timing. It was a refreshing constitutional, I hope. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Matei on good. Rad wanted to learn about Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you keeping Methion company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. Sure. I'm compelled to remind you that she is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I don't mind. To see the joy her presence brings Matei on, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Rat is kind. Really, truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course. To watch Hermes? You're bound to learn lots and lots. Sure. Thank you for the chest armor. I feel like I may have not got the bonus from the last bit of food I ate. Oh wow, I really need to get rid of some stuff. Okay, that is a loss in skill speed and crit. Oh, but that looks good. Oh, I have a feeling I'm gonna like that full set. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Embistoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. What's more, is there perhaps an inn around here? There's a gym trader where I can sell a few things. No, I can't. There's a junk monger where I can sell a few things. And then what else can I get rid of? I suppose I don't need 79 here, right? All of my casters, I haven't done blue, but all of my casters are at 80. The Hydurium is kind of whatever. I want to keep that, right? No, well, it's glamored. Which means... Oh, no, that's... Is it not part of other lists? Maybe I replaced it. Yeah, with augmented crypt lurkers. Okay. try that too then. That at 73. That at 77. I may not need some of the others of these either, because I already have Black Mage, Summoner, Red Mage at 80. Though I don't have Blue. What if I do that much longer? I can probably burn those up pretty quickly. Don't need that anymore either. What about gloves? This is not very exciting, apologies, but you're all familiar with this. Let's look for any mid-70 here, right? Doubtless got some mid-70 mid-leveling gear. Ooh. Nice. I think I picked those up in a dungeon. Okay, but big storage for rings, so that's fine. Okay. That should be good. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like this new set. That chest piece looks quite good. Not about to do any side quests anytime soon. We've got a lot of story to burn through. I don't even know if Aetherites are a thing around here. I imagine they might have to be, given flying islands and all, right? Ah yes, the Andine Petulata, one of the newest species of the ever-popular butterfly. You're still bothered about your robe, don't be. The few specimens we repurposed won't be missed. Might Matei on think differently. It's so beautiful, Petulota. I hope they make it into the world. All vim and vigor now. When we were discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate. Yeah, he has different desires, I feel. This here is a new species of Petulota we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Your species don't evolve? They don't change naturally. You're the source and the agents of change. Which is odd considering both Zodiark and Hydaelyn both kind of exist to keep things static. Like, I suppose Zodiark is more the agent of change because Hydaelyn is, like, stated specifically to have the powers of stasis and keeping things stable, but Zodiark was able to change things to make them more back in the way of normality and the way they used to be. So they both kind of had the same goal, right? It's just the Zodiac people and the Hydaelyn people wanted to go about it through different means. Different pathways? I don't know. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? Mildly, in this setting, is the presence of a soul. Yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation and can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. That's kind of fair. You're getting into some very fuzzy lines there. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. The domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. Tell Zodiac and Heidelin come along. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Okay. Arcane entities have gathered. Let's avoid the birds. No reason to fight out here right now. This place is really pretty, though. Like, super pretty. Great designs all around. Ah, yes. Lightning Pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Pneuma here to replenish their aether. It appears Mateon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead to feed the Pneuma? That's different. By using this lightning converter, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball, a veritable feast to our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. What are you two talking about? Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the Apostoma? I meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Midian. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. Yeah. A fascinating creation. Much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, 'tis a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress. Target missed. Perfectly done, Red. Look. I had to come back and talk to you before they decided to eat. See how they gather to feed. How they express themselves through their action despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking and feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Agreed. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as a Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as a Petalota, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Mateon a living being? Good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hyplodeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that's all I need to know. You're pretty alright, Hermes. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers here. There. Yeah, lots and lots and lots of dialogue to read through. Let's go towards these stairs by the look of things. sneeze. What can we see from up here? That may be where we came from. And we've yet to be up there, or up there. No stairs to them, though. It's adorable, but beware its sneeze. Hermes went flying once. Is there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features? This fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. A combination of a carefree aspect of endless rows of fangs and strangely charming. They're still around in my time. In my character's time.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
Not known by that name, though.
So, how are we coming along?
Hey, the flower.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis.
They've the same name.
Entelekes. Like me.
Entelekes. Empaths. Fauna. Empathic
They are a
fauna.
product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy
Could've
accident,
read the same
born of the
logic in
hands of a
anything here,
former
Elpis.
researcher who loved beautiful blossoms.
Happy accident, eh?
Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Y'all must
Reflect
be
the
super
emotional
tranquil.
state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy.
And they know about a
Well,
caution.
it has no will of its own. It is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
It's the same here.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
He knows plenty about Akasa.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis, as opposed to Animus.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekes.
Entelekes. Yeah.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleke!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
A trait that never really got passed
Wait.
down.
A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Oh, Emmett. Wow.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has
study.
long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than Ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter.
But during the final days, all these Blasphemous and Terminus Beasts are able to feed off of the output of negative Dynamis in order to eat Ether.
On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the Ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Yeah, again, hard to study.
Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
To better study it. I mean, if it's a
Our
fundamental
star,
force.
Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
It's dark energy.
The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
You might blow away Aether.
Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse.
And she's a good start.
The relative
way to learn.
scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
She's comprised of Dynamis.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me.
You can see that.
So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
I don't think so. What? Be all big determination or insult Emic? That's a tough choice. I guess I don't see why I couldn't. I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Yeah, you'll continue to not understand.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Did Heidelin make those flowers?
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Like if it's hungry or not? So then are all of the current races more comprised of Dynamis, of Akasa? Never before had I heard of Dynamis or Entelecchies. I could only assume the Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Before we talk to Emmett, what you got to say, Hermes? What appears to be about the shield? Anything? Intellect here, no, we're friends. In thinness. Okay. Oh, you're going to give me legs? Cool, thank you, Emmett. Pretty glad you're still around, to be honest. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Oh, I want to ask both of these. Emmett specializes in overwhelming force and manipulation of Aether. And how should we say? Being a cunning bitch. Where do you join the convocation? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. Please. And Emmett interrupts. Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. But I want to know. If you were to accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Mitron, a specialist in aquatic life, Logrif, specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmarot, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emerolith, specialist in medicine and healing, and Lahabrea, a specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the later category, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts, Igarin, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Hashtarot, preserver of discipline and order, Emmett Selk, keeper of the ethereal realm, or underworld in the vernacular, Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomena, and Azib, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What, should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly, even children know this much. You would do well to remember it all. Cool. I'll tell you that now we're away from sensitive ears. Thank you, Hippodatus. You continue to be cool. My apologies for the wait. I inspected the outpost to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That's what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main aisle and head north. Come back here. No doubt. Those people have been in a scene much longer than I. And I haven't looked at that area yet either. Charybdis. We've definitely fought Charybdis before, right? But where? Was it a dungeon boss? That's not Charybdis. Oh. This is different than any of the coiled flying serpents we fought, I think, but similar, for sure. This one blue and shiny. What? Oh, forgive me. I thought another member of the competition had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. There is one right here, actually. Serpentine bird. a winged snake. There's a slight difference in, I think, etheric balance between these Tribuses. By this it may be assumed that they aren't the original creations, but their offspring. Okay, so things do change and evolve. Or at least some of them do. Maybe not all. Lighting. I understand there's a problem with one of the Tribus. Tribdi? Yes, that's right. As you know, the Tribus is based on a sea creature. Under adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it's capable of flight. These specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. It's not slithering on land, it's at least floating. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. Might be a little different. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Tribus would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. But you can, which is cool. I don't know, but of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yeah, it's pretty fun. More people should be able to do it. Inconvenient though it may be, transforming in the process of others, in the presence of others, is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do it all our power. Yeah, stop shaming people, Emmett. Be that as it may... Yes, I believe I have a solution. In itself, may I trouble you to move that Tribus away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Come on, just teleport a couple of people. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith. Run along, Emmett. Go yonder, Selk. I trust you don't mind. Quit shaming. That's a fairly good animation. And that Selk is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Selk train the Tribus. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents. With his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all he described, it's not his duty. I'm loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would be also for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Rad, I want you to go to Emmett Selk and tell him that you have a favor of us. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. Sage keyboard, oral software keyboard, any phrase containing the words I have a favorite. Okay. With apologies to himself, but this may be the best approach. Let us work together to win him over. Over 62. Hope so, but I haven't seen any proof of it yet. Which is very weird. Or sad. Perhaps it's best if I watch from afar. Alright, let's go bother Emmett. What am I even really telling him, though? I have a favor to ask. Would you please train this thing? Doesn't that kind of give up the plan? Go. Big blue Charybdis. Hey, Emmett! Well, are any preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? I have a favor to ask. Not Sask. Oh, of course. I can't. It has to be a capital I. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, a relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmett Selk. With chat and say, please, Emmett Selk. Please, Big Bad. Please. Please.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Please. Just over and over, and that's how we beat the
I'm
boss
given
of
to understand you have
Shadowbringers.
the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Are you threatening Emmett Selk?
Now, there's
with
no need to go
shameful behavior?
quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
That's the same thing, Hythlodaeus. I'm kind of surprised Hythlodaeus is not secretly as in...
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
You hit him with it again.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Hades himself. Pressured by peer pressure. Oh, that's a fancy mount.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
A rough teacher.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Let's. Why does his mount look like halfway?
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation?
Yes.
Truth be told,
You're
he wasn't the
crafty,
first choice for the
Hythlodaeus.
office. I was. on the strength of my ability to see ether.
Really?
But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so.
Aw.
What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it?
You can... I mean, you can be friends with someone like Emmett, and together be better at solving problems than either one of you apart.
Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree.
Yeah, I know.
If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand.
Was he previously as him?
Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault.
It's hard to describe Emmett as modest.
He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend.
I don't know, by the sound of it, it's kind of hard to believe he wasn't chosen first over you.
A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of
Okay,
others.
well, we know who that is.
Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents.
That's right.
And in the course of doing
Explains a
so,
lot.
he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends.
Kind of want to meet
To help
as
them
him here,
realize
but
their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world.
I think we'll probably meet Heidelin first.
And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star.
You wish to return together with all of them.
Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
I am a bit of Asm, but filtered through Heidelin.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Hey! Nice job, Blue Charybdis. I don't really know how...
Yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on.
Charybdis. I don't really know how Emmett...
Why don't you go and signal to Emmett
All your
Selk?
brethren were right there
Let
flying
him know that
alongside
his
you.
arduous task is at an end.
Oh, that's the objective completed, not what I have to do. Wave at Emmett Selk from the edge of the aisle. My camera was really out there. Can I point to him at all? I can't highlight this. Okay. You're done, Emmett. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I guess the Greek CH is more often K. Maybe. Of course, this is not exactly Greek we're dealing with here. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Cryptus has learned to fly. And Rad and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. It was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Cryptus flies. Indeed, with this we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Cryptus is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, if and when the need arises. Which is, like, the other Cryptuses were doing just that. Keep this in mind. I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, wouldn't it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as the specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Yeah. Hermes, early Fandaniel, is wishing for more things to be valid in the eyes of the Amaratines. Hermes? I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagoras for now. Ananoris. Ananoris. No. Yeah, similar pronunciation to that. Thank you, bot. It's very much wanted. Let's fill in this little bit of the map, since we're right here. And maybe this bit. Oh, that's not quite what I was thinking. Oh, I can also just teleport back. Yeah, let's get this bit of the map and then teleport back to the middle. Cupid. Cool. Nice. Ooh. Okay, that's the same music that I was playing earlier. When I came back, I guess started it in the middle of that, it kind of reminded me of 7. Which is, that makes me happy too. Yeah, you're direct. You see what I do. Was it everything you were expecting? I thoroughly enjoyed myself. The most end of all. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help you, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with to our business. Ever practical. Give me those pants. Yeah, that looks fine. Try on. Yeah, that looks fine. It's rather uplifting. I'm gonna like this outfit. What's on your mind, Hermes? Tell me, Rad, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis seems rather promising. I would like to learn more about that, and about you, though. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Well, can't really tell you why. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Something the matter? The Echion. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupites, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Echion that is to blame. Their inner viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Hermes is not so pleased with this. Where is the scene of the incident? Just down this road. Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Doros. Hermes? Wait. He does the same head bob that I do. If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. This path, then, just off to the left. Oh no, there we go. Not that it mattered. This continues to be an incredibly pretty place. At that structure up there, I don't know, that's somewhat similar to this one, not this one in the far distance. It's somewhat similar to a couple of other structures, right? It's not quite Allegan. Definitely doesn't resemble many of the, like, base game structures. A Ignorant. Cool. That's a more unique, different take on Trance, and of course, the Yggdrasil route. That's cool, I like it. Oh, yeah, they're definitely dead. The Occupite is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Echion. Fearsome beast, this Yakin. But where is it now? It's heavy, Hermes' pain. I bet. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Wait, not N? Is that an L and not an I? It's gotta be an I. An Ikion was indeed responsible. The car looks really out of place. The creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go seek him out there. Emmett Sulk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Echion did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Rad. Or follow along Rad. I skipped over that. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Same dialogue. Let's go with a slightly more fitting mount, I suppose. Noisier, though. Wow. I suppose the bomb palanquin does float. Griffins. Grips. Sure. It's not a huge butterfly, is it? No, it's just closer. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Alright. I don't know the name Doros from any legend or blonde-haired woman, dark-haired man. I don't know the name Doros from any, or beyond, from any myth or legend. What an enchanting familiar. I'd be delighted to assist you in your little journey of discovery and personal growth. What do you do here? My role is to maintain the wonders, and thus the climate across Elpis. I ensure that our every environment meets the needs of the flora, fauna, and staff, of course. Environs representing each part of Aetheris are recreated here in Elpis, that we might gain a robust understanding of our concept's potential. As such, maintaining the appropriate balance region by region is tricky work, but more than worth the effort. I mean no offense, but so far they all look like the same environ. Does all of Aetheris look like this right now? The 12 Wonders is the wellspring of Elpis' weather. After a fashion... that was the wrong intonation. The 12 Wonders is the wellspring of Elpis' weather, after a fashion. And we do employ the latest spellcraft from Almarat to maintain and adjust the assorted climes through which our creations frolic, for test purposes. Naturally, as in all other parts of Elpis, we also observe and experiment with said concepts, the conversation being, perhaps, one such experiment. This conversation being one such experiment. I'm looking for a blonde-haired person. If you're with Bateon, then I assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doros. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you find him soon. Him. Man with long blonde hair. Once I get back and record today's results, I should be able to finally put that report to bed. I'm skipping over words. Not Doros. His hair is long, but the wrong color. Can I not? The Aetherite, please? Oh, there was someone flying. I haven't seen a single Aether current. Last time I said that, I immediately found one. Alchemy. Loris, that's such obvious things. No one in here, eh? Oh, I see. Hyrax. Cool. Loros. Blonde-haired man. It's not hateful to us. Excellent. Doros. That's Doros. Well now, if it isn't Mateon, what brings you here? Hermes. I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Iakeonis. Iakeonis, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Cathyssus. Once I've submitted the report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. Or since this is Emmett we're talking about, nothing you need to concern yourself with. We've heard the news that a Yakion slaughtered Occupants. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. The matter is not where they are released. Now it's in L. Lacheonis would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used the Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pashtorot may wish to have words with you. And rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. So, you... Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it's still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of Aether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat to the world. Yet, insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaonis we have. It is all the Lycaonis have themselves. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. Mateon, who exists so we can see inside them. We have a duty to the star, this I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. Whereas the rest of your culture seems to barely view them as alive. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. That's quick. Greenies, subathons. Hermes not... Manganese armor of the Behemoth Queen. Oh, is this like... I never got the Behemoth Queen armor. I like that. I think the Behemoth King armor, in addition to being like big purple, looked a little different though. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time should Mateo and I go for another walk. Are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Rad. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Mateon in your care again? Sure. We'll go have a chat and look around. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can we even walk in this building? Nope. No writing lines for all of them right now. Can you help me with something, Rad? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most. Of all the creations in Elpis, most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. You can't make flowers? I guess you don't have as much creation magic as everybody else. Making flowers is fun, though. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Mateo is now accompanying you. Come back here if you wish. Alright, let's go pick flowers for Fandaniel. At least this version of Fandaniel is a lot more tolerable and understandable and nice and good than Theater Kid Fandaniel. Vibrant purple flowers brings her bigger than your hands adore the tree. Oh, so big and bright, I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. He's not wrong. We will couple them with something from the slender tree? Some of these little flowers beneath it. That'll look good in the package. So, a tall, slender tree rises before you. Crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Cookie. Coupling some big, bright flowers. They're bright purple, so honestly, you might want like some yellow or red to go along with them. Or white, sure. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed. They're a mix of colors forming a pattern. It's a grid. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. If you're looking to make your land better, why would you make poisonous flowers? That's less harmonious and more aggressive. That set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. It's not a flower. Oh, a conion. A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Rad, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. You assholes made the asshole flowers. That flower eventually learns to move kind of quickly. The junction. See, there are small pink flowers here. Those would look good with larger purple flowers. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, calming-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing right here. Ah, over there, Rad. Something big. Huge. The Grippus? These flowers? The Marlborough? Molodorus grass. This thing is not a grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Marlborough-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on the head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Rad? Would he like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory, right? Also, yeah, I don't want to go near that thing. So not this one either. Good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Rad, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Sure. It's no problem. We'll just avoid the scripts. Really, some small field flowers, mild in color, would go pretty well with some large purple flowers. Oh no, an aether current. I've missed so many. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Oh, there's nothing. They're right here. The shiny thing over there. What could it be? More Elpis flower. Flowers. They're here too. Do we really want to pick them though? Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're intellecties. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes though. For others, they're always white and bright. So Hermes is a little despondent in comparison to everyone else. Truly, the flower was dark in your home, then do you have it too? A dark emotion? I mean, you know, back and forth. Don't really want to trouble Matei on and trying not to influence too much, so I dare say I have a few. But these are all true. I don't know, the main character in 14 has never exhibited too much doubt or anxiety. It's usually these first two. Some anxiety for sure, but I think primarily the first two. Anyway, we'll be kind to Matei on. She'll feel it anyway. You don't have to say it. I can feel something. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside of you. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. To show him he's not alone. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone. There are others. That others are sad too. Well, I do suppose I can help with that. Is there another island way out there in the distance behind me? Thank you, Rad, thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Okay. Back to Hermes. Wait. I can't fly in any of the new areas yet. Not Labyrinthos, not Thavnir, although probably go get all the ones in Thavnir. I should almost certainly be able to fly around in Garlemald. But I don't think I've gotten all of the currents, quite all of the currents there yet. I've got to be just missing one or two. And then... where else? Not Labyrinthos, not Thavnir, maybe Garlemald, not the moon. It'll be a little while before I can fly around in the moon. No, but we're getting to the point of Hippotho and Iloros. Current quest. I might come back and do these after the stream, I think. We wanna push through some main story quests. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished. Sure. We're gonna have a chat. Oh hey! 5 bots. We're here.
Hermes!
With the present. Hey, voice lines. Nice.
Oh. You were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes. We've come to a decision.
You're going to join them.
My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
So this is where the inn is.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
All I have to do is think about why I'm here in the current event of things. The current situation. That's a different glow.
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
It is a very emotionally smart person. Familiar.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
And I'm a routine with depression.
May we talk a moment?
Please. Hey. Fireflies. And a hedgehog. Literally a hedgehog. Cute.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place.
But...
And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is. But only for man.
Right. Not so much for animals.
Creations
or the
that he
plants around
deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world. Afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one.
You're also fairly empathic,
So
huh?
fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering. Confusion and despair writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures.
Did you cause the final days as payback to your own kind?
Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance.
That
Not
would,
amiss.
I mean, your later version
And
definitely
always.
did.
Always the blossoms shine pure and white.
Yeah. You didn't create the flowers. Someone else did. You're just very observant.
A contradiction so blatant I could scream.
Yeah,
Want
yeah.
to scream. How can you all accept this? Aberration!
Normalcy is a hell of a drug. People will voluntarily blind themselves for such.
I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread.
But you can recognize it, which is quite good.
But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep.
If we have changed the present course of events because of this, that could change quite a lot.
I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis. Or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence.
It was her idea, but it's still the truth.
Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Yeah, no life can be perfect. I don't think... Do we want to push him even further? I've known plenty of suffering, but I'm still glad to be of service. Life is mixed.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one.
Have you not met Azim?
The
Maybe
stars in
not.
the heavens. Know you what they are?
No. I know them as stars. What do you know them as?
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life.
There's a day-night cycle, though, so you clearly have stars.
So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after...
Oops.
To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters.
Sisters?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it.
I mean, if this was undertaken in the last few hundred years, I imagine none of them have made it back.
But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long.
Is she the progenitor of dragons?
And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness.
Thank you.
It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow.
You can
Come,
use
Meteon.
a little bit of sleep.
Let's head back.
All right.
What do you sense? Can she hear her sisters? You've already sent them off to other stars. Makes me wonder if we find Meteon or somebody like her back in our time, is that maybe an indication of where we go after this expansion? Glad Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Rad. It will help, I hope. Today will be difficult for him. Emmet. The prodigal familiar returns. And after causing all manner of trouble, we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Not so much. Not yet. Are you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry you might exhaust your scarce reserves of aether. Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how much I beat the hell out of a lot of other Askians already. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but at this time I attend to my task. As Imitselk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief observer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wilds, and they cannot be allowed to remain here and help us. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architecture to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaones have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off. We return to the mainland. Yeah, let's see what these Lycaones actually look like. Right. Where's that bridge? Right here in front of us? I could see there being only one aether current on this isle. Maybe 2. But I'll look for them later. Hi, Grips. Bye, Grips. What's this thing here? Dang, you look exhausted. Also, I only see 4 of them. And I've never seen these before, I don't think. They look like tiny behemoth wolves. Doros, could you not get all of them? Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Rad handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emitselk, unneeded though it is. Mateon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Lycaones must be reverted. I would spare you the pain, and mine. Yeah, that's the actual problem with being a big empath who can't turn it off. This is my burden, not yours. But if you're intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. How far off? Yeah, we're pretty close. We'll sprint. We'll get there in less than 20 seconds. Probably. And we've only got to fight 1. With Hermes' help. Ooh, yeah, it's flying. Cool. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quandary, within striking distance at present. but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Let us begin. Sup? Oh, I'm going to snag just time to jump. It's a pretty beefy fireball. Another. Okay. So you can summon fireball elementals, essentially. Come down and try harder. Winded into the ground. Still breathing, though.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
May you and your kin find peace.
Yeah,
Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
As he unmakes it.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
He does rather like...
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction?
They will continue to sacrifice life.
I do not know.
Though their goal
Were
was
I
to
to
bring
take
it
up
back.
the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind. forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Elidibus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
We've learned a couple of things, right? We've learned...
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
We've learned a few things. Learned the origin of the flowers. Sort of. There's probably more to come on that. Might be Heidelin's doing. We've learned that Casa Dynamis, whichever, it's very real. And right alongside that, we've learned that Hermes Fandaniel is very concerned with all forms of life, not just what these Almarantines discern as having a soul, even fractions of souls. Though they don't consider the beasts to have the same type of soul as they do. They can at the very least see that they have more of one, these people. It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. You weren't injured, were you? Good, good. We've learned more about Emmett. I mean, he fits very much in with the character he was previously, right? And all of these Almarantines are... It's... like, hyper-individuality has its drawbacks. It's, people acting as less of a society. But also negating individuality to such a degree produces other strains that we see with Hermes. He's very, what you might call like an introvert or an empath, even though, you know, drama and hubbub around people who call themselves empaths. Literally every single person is an empath. Just not to the degree that, like, you can literally feel what's going on in someone's head without speaking to them. People are also good at hiding things. But Hermes is plagued by their work, their disregard for the life of things not like them. And he might doubt the perfection that they're seeking as a society. So, it's hard to say. He knows about Dynamis, and we think the Terminus Beasts, the Blasphemies, are made from Dynamis. He sent out Methion's sisters to other stars to find out what they're like. The dragons came from space, from other stars. But we don't know that like their worlds were plagued by the same type of final days scenario. We just know that they came here and Midgardstormer felt like this was the last refuge. Heidel and Aetheris. Anyway, we have learned some. We've learned about the flower and Dynamis. think we probably still have more to learn about the flower. We've learned about Fandaniel and Dynamis. And Emmett. We might not meet Azim, but I'm pretty sure we saw Heidelin at the beginning of all of this. Or at least the person who, like Emmett, became the Heart of Heidelin. Anyway. The incident is resolved. All life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet, never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out. But Lady 8! Double life surge! That's pretty big. That's pretty big. What else do we use life surge on? It's any weapon skill, right? And so... thrusts, 240... 260 rather... 300 and rear 300. Those are pretty good candidates. Chaos Thrust. I wonder if Life Surge effects cannot be applied to damage over time. Okay, so probably one of these. 230, 430, but when... No, Heaven's Thrust just completely replaces. That's what I'm thinking of. It's not Corthan Thrust. Raiden Thrust. 260. So really, Fang and Claw and Wheeling Thrust are still probably better candidates. And then my jumps are abilities and not weapon skills. What about Portion Torment? No. Wormwind Thrust would be a pretty good candidate. Even at 50%, that's 210 to all remaining enemies, 420 for the first enemy. So single target, this is still really good. Single target, that's still our second most damaging. Oh, it's an ability, not a weapon skill. Nostrand and Gerskogol are abilities. So probably Raiden's Thrust, and then either Wheeling Thrust or Fang and Claw at potencies of 300 would be good candidates for the Life Surge guaranteed crit. And that's all we get until 90. Now, I mean, that's pretty strong. You get an extra jump that relocates you. You get 2 attacks upgraded. Your end combo or your third hit, and you do like A, B, C, D, E, A, F, G, E, D. And our dot goes from behind. Deus wishes to discuss the plans for the remainder of your visits. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot occupy him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, and allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Rad? Will you continue along with us? I may as well. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Ananoris. Okay. I'm just gonna teleport. Oh, it's halfway in between. It's closer to Ananoris. We could maybe go up more, see a different part of the island, get that other big aetheryte. Probably not go around on a flying machine, right? They'll understand these balloons were created just for my little palanquin. It's fine. Even though Azim would probably not do that. I don't know. It seems like Azim might be somewhat similar to Hermes, right? Except instead of being depressed, he's like gung-ho about going out and helping people, but disagrees with the general way of things, which is why he's the traveler. Also, we don't know, like, Azim is a convocation position, just like Emmett Selk and all the others he listed off earlier. So we don't know what the person who occupied the seat of Azim is like, or what their name is. We just know they're a big traveler goody two-shoes, do-gooder, like us. From here we follow the path northwards to Notaneus. There we will find one of the Nias, or Nias, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Sure. Yeah, let's go north. You know what I think really attracts me to this place, but also makes it like not super standout cool in comparison to some of the other places like Labyrinthos or the Moon. This looks more like where I come from. Not the same color palette everywhere, but everything is made of stone in nature. There's no metal. And I was really like, oh well, that might still be stone. Looks like rusted metal, which is weird. Nah, that looks like stone. Bunch of shaped stone. This looks more like where I'm from. I was kind of reminded of that by looking at the metal of my bomb palanquin. There's no real metal here. It's all crystal and rock in nature. Here we are. Notaneus. This Nias will take us to Calamilios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Okay. Let's go up. I'm gonna hydrate. And maybe need to get some more water here in a bit. That was the same.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
Calamelios Zephyros.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos?
Right then. Let's begin by...
Oh,
Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
That's a big old Pokemon.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence, And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Hydelin?
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Hydelin.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
You come crashing out of the sky like a dragoon using a paladin sword.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
That's right. Right. Vana.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star.
Vana did not agree.
Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vana is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Of course she is. But, ooh, that's weird. She's the previous Azem, but the current Azem of this time, or the current Azem whenever the final days went down, did not agree with the Hydelin plan, and Vana here clearly becomes Hydelin.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
It gets worse in time.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day.
Everyone
I should be
loves
glad
that
to
story.
share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am.
Older than both of
Now
these
then.
others, eh? You don't immediately see? Your sight is maybe... Your etheric sight is maybe not as good as the other two, but... Look at my face.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
I should maybe not reveal that.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Yeah, you do.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
Hythlodaeus and Emmet Selk.
A
Quite
traveler's
taken aback.
ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Oh, so simple. So simple. They're not going to know what enthrallment or primals are. Those aren't things that exist yet. But then again, if I say, that sounds like the Blessing of Light, I'm telling her what to call her shit in the future, because she's already made the choice later. Let's see how they respond to enthrallment by primals. And yes, it clearly would.
Primals, you say? Well, I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection.
More enough than a measure.
I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Nope.
Hold on.
Quite not.
From the future? That's absurd.
It's rather not.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Quite. Especially in current company.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days.
I can't save you all.
You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Even Elidibus didn't want to do that. Speaking of, what of Elidibus in this time?
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
I think they're one and the same, unless we've got like a different timeline situation going on.
How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
Yeah, that's very apparent that you are.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
Oh,
Will
you'll
you not reveal
learn.
it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
You could be.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Hi, Anthony.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
No, you won't. I'm not from your civilization. Your position holds little sway.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation?
Thank you, Vana.
I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos. Oikos. It's very heavy Greek influence, I feel.
We
It's
were
not
meant
Latin.
to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Now you're just patting yourself on the back. Alright, Vana. You're cool. You're cool. That's well written. I mean, we knew the moment we stepped foot in this place that we'd have to meet her, right? Because we were basically shown that she was here and that she noticed something about us. That she comes down acting like a Dragoon Paladin. Well, that's a bit different. Damn it. And there I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of future this and changing history that can wait. First, I mean to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. Well, you're in luck. I do merely hope to learn and nothing more. I'm not trying to change anything or influence either of you. The future, our future. I'm deathly curious to hear more. It's a bit too apt of a choice for words, unfortunately. Well, not. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd resolve, which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Orias. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Point in Huecos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. I mean, it sounds like Emmett and Hythlodaeus could very easily find the creature, but I guess I'll go off in this direction. That's a cool looking coral. Melanion. Dang, why did you lose the antlers? That's a really cool design. That's cool. Don't see what I'm supposed to see yet. I suppose it's not up here. Is there like... Oh, there it is. Did I find it before them? Aeneas dropped it. We found the concept crystal. So much for their sight. Doesn't stand up to Bernard's blessing of luck. No aether currents. What I wouldn't give for their eyes, except the game took away my compass. I really wonder why they took away the compass, because like that still led you to explore through areas. Minotaur. Just called the Elpis Minotaur. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Oris no longer have the crystal, nor is I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Hey, guess what? Check that out, Emmett, Hythlodaeus. The crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I have. I've often been asked to do so. Traveling and searching kind of go hand in hand. You travel often, then? It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my musical successor. Yet I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, you're not quite what's coming soon, though. The Azims, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight, personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he bit down on a sour grape. That pattern continues. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Azim into the question. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper, when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Yeah, well, personalities, right? Vina, on the other hand, is in a cheerful mood. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it's time I return this stolen property. you would go on ahead to my accommodation. If you would go on ahead... Is that how you use accommodation? I don't think I've ever heard it used like that. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Felipe Guafira. I feel much better after taking a short respite to converse and debate with my associates. Okay. I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding my observation. Without such external stimulation, one has a tendency to use the forest for the trees, so to speak. Yeah, that phrase continues. Pericles. Undeniably Greek. What was on the agenda for today? There was observing the abysses here, and after that... let's clock this little corner of the map, shall we? What's your name? Arato. And get this aetherite in the other corner of the map down there. Is that a friendly Morblow? What are you? Oh, you just... Okay, that's gonna come back later. This little bit of map, and then it almost looks, well, there might be more over this way, right? But we already went to that island and I didn't see any way up. I don't think there was one of those teleporters on it. Maybe. There it goes. Let's go this way. This will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. You needn't be nervous around Venat. Those white robes mark her as one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary, Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from the public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. I feel like there's some things I totally can't say. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Would you like to learn how to make chai?
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
This expansion really wants you to start drinking tea.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer.
Tea's
but
great, though.
I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Well, that's a big one. Do we get dialogue choices? Oh man, what do I even say, right? I'm here because some real bad shit. Yeah, calamity called the final days has befallen the world. Something that will befall your world soon too. And you think it's a good idea for us to flee this star. Oh man. And of course the Sundering is also Vanad's doing, Heidelin's doing. So if I tell her that now, am I planting that idea in her head? But she already came to that conclusion, so maybe this one is like the least damaging. Both of these were already Venat's doing, Heidelin's doing. Whereas this is something that will definitely happen to them, but I could maybe frame it in a way. I don't know, but if I tell them about the calamity, about the final days, then that's going to like pre-warn them about it happening here. And in fact, could even help kickstart it, but they're supposed to be unaware, right? I don't know. I feel like I should probably tell them all of these, but also none of them. This one would be... Which one would... Okay, going forward, what decision would be the most traumatic and cause the most consternation to Emmett Selk? Because that's fun. He participated in the formation of Zodiark, which was a response to the final days, and he definitely didn't want things to be sundered. But if I want to learn the stuff that could be the most helpful, talking to these three about the final days is probably my best course of action. And if we're going to metagame, these decisions probably don't change the conversation too much.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Yeah, okay. God, what beginning? I come from this Earth in the future, except there it's called the Source, and everything's broken into pieces because this being called Heidelin shattered everything to stop this being called Zodiark from taking control of everything and making it static. Even though Heidelin has the power of, like, more stasis and control, and Zodiark was formed to reshape the ethereal currents in order to stop the final days. So I'm planting all of these ideas in their head, and I'm just going to go ahead and tell them about them as Asians. Your plans have run amok. And Emmett, this is not the first time I'm meeting you. Hythlodaeus, this is not the first time I'm meeting you. This is the destruction of Zodiark, a vision of the final days overtaking the entire planet. And if not, this is definitely not the first time I'm meeting you. That's the future I'm from.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
I'm sorry, but you will fail.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
Well, it's things you've yet to experience.
What of you, Vanar?
This is something you've feared already.
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale.
So now you have
it is all
forewarning.
true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did.
Why would you oppose the Zodiark plan? Because he kind of seemed to be keeping everything in order. And there was a lot of chaos after the Sundering. An entire world fell to darkness. Another one almost fell... Another one almost fell to light. And, like, 7 of them got... 7 of them resulted in the rejoinings, which were cataclysmic for the Source.
Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course. but it would not have been an easy decision regardless.
And would you have still made that decision if I didn't already tell you what happened?
No. There must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures.
Are we just gonna have, like, separate timelines going on now? Because that's gonna be more confusing.
Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide.
It brought me here?
That it's of import to your
Elidibus.
mission is plain. But your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance.
Yeah, you told me to come here, perhaps just to talk to you three.
But what could it
Right.
be? What are we meant to accomplish?
And certainly I told you of Hermes, of Fandaniel.
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star.
I haven't gotten there yet, to be fair. We're still starting to
By
fight.
alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
Perhaps this
True,
conversation
true.
drives you all apart and
I
leads
note
to
also
the
that
reality that I'm
Hydaelyn did
from.
not specify a point in time to which she must return.
You would have me go somewhere in between here and where I came from.
By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Could it not be inferred that? Because the Hydaelyn Venat from my future may have already experienced this due to weird time-wacky nonsense. Right? We're getting into paradox territory.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
No. Everybody at this table has yet to experience everything that really gives us answers.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear.
Yup.
Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight.
That's kind of how it seems. You were just stalling things.
Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Well, you certainly forestalled it. But also, like, guaranteed that it would come, right? Because you could have just let Zodiark do its thing.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Before shattering anything.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
All of that
Listen
holds.
to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale?
To be frank, you are too. Just for a different sect.
Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
Yeah, you always were
I
so full
also
of yourself.
take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
I wouldn't even call you a megalomaniacal madman, just somewhat justified from a very different angle.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this Zodiark in the highest esteem.
That's clear. That definitely continues.
Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
you might feel different after thousands of years of them having already been gone.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally, invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
You wanted us to prove you wrong.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me.
Well, it might come of some solace to know that you were totally capable of it. You did it.
But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
That's also true. That's definitely how things played out. That's all according to what I probably just told you.
Me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Oh, yes, I will.
Emmett Selk, wait!
Oh, I will very much bother you again.
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
It's very pretty here. I probably already mentioned that Dynamis is the key, right? Because that's what we think all these Blasphemous Terminus Beasts come from. And yeah, Hermes and Mateion are definitely involved. And I don't have all the answers. All those questions you just asked, I don't have the... Like, everything that Vinat Heidelin just asked, I don't have the answer to. Everything that Emmett Selk was just pissed about falls perfectly in line with both what he said and eventually does. Dynamis is somehow the key to all of this. We don't understand it. And Hermes and Mateion are somehow involved, because while I was definitely brought back here to learn about Dynamis from the flower, I think learning about Hermes Amon Fandaniel was also a big part of why I was sent back here. Let's say Dynamis is somehow the key to all of this. I'm here to learn how to stop the final days. We need to be able to do something about this.
The energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis.
You do.
And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteion?
Yeah.
Yes. I believe this warrants further investigation.
Very much so.
With that settled, just time for action.
Yeah.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Of course you will. We're both Azim. Here's the thing, though. The Azim that my soul is descended from, if I recall correctly, rejected both the Zodiarch and the Heidelin plan.
If Emmett Selk is the man Azim described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Oh, we've far from seen the last of him. I've seen the last of him. But now we're seeing the middle part. Michelle. I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Mateion, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. This is a pretty good time travel story. And also, like, immediately paradoxical, right? Immediately paradoxical. Because I've just warned them about everything. And Emmett Selk, no matter how bullheaded and full of himself he is, despite all his wisdom and power, will be forced to recognize that I was telling the truth eventually. You see the woman standing in front of yonder building? Elpis? Her name is Ismi. Oh, there. She's the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of the topic to you. Okay. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. That's fine. We just went through a lot of conversation. Like a lot of conversation. Let's do more. Greetings, Ismi. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vanat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? We know a good deal about the type of person Hermes is, though I'm sure you could tell us more and that would be helpful. What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? What beside that? How would you describe him as a person? As a colleague? Well, you're just going to say the other option. That's cool. He is a quiet man. Reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief observer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? Do you know of Mateion's abilities? It's no secret that she is a highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother raising her chick. A mother hen raising her chick. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. I feel this is more personal and perhaps irrelevant. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon. I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Mateion? That would be Timaeus. He has similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Great. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Can I ask you the other questions? Come, Rad, I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. Sure? Okay. We will follow Vanat. You are familiar, yes? Belonging to Mistress Vanat? You couldn't have been blessed with a finer master. Something like that. Oh, right in front of me. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers if you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Timaeus. Let's seek out Timaeus. And I guess ignore whatever's happening there, which doesn't look pleasant. That looks like a Timaeus. Yes, I'm in Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Oh, I mean, that last one wasn't very long. This music. So, what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Oh no, he's super wordy. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever his favorite of creators. Are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. This process, because you don't know it. Mateion, too, is a marvel then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Mateion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes could choose to submit Mateion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and the Intellecties? Sounds like no. Dynamis and Intellecties? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? No. Well, then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend. That was perhaps less beneficial than possible. Also, neither of those conversations took very long. Though if you were a tank or healer, duty registrations could totally pop in the middle of them. Like, several times over. Back already? That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Essamine mentioned. So have you any new findings to share? I don't know, I think one of my questions was definitely more towards the rambling, but he didn't really go on for too long. I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Mateion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. Yeah, I don't think we have any experts in the field of Dynamis. And it makes more and more sense what he said about Hermes' creation types, right? Birds that fly super high away from the star, birds that go super fast to go away from the star faster, an interest in being able to communicate via emotions, so that you don't have to share a common language like you would want when speaking with aliens. That's a magic I don't know how to do. That'd be super convenient. Teleportation, flight, dimension hopping, a bunch of different elemental or natural stuff, some health stuff. I've got that covered, but communicating purely through emotions and having that automatically translate in someone else's mind, a completely alien species' mind. I had to learn English. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Mateon as a personal project and could provide no details beyond those which he just told me. Hermes himself, on the other hand, definitely sees her as just another person. Well, I mean, her sisters were also sent off to other stars, so she's a project to him, but he views his projects and even the animals here as basically the equivalent to himself and everyone else. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Yeah, we should probably go talk to Hermes, huh? Arm piece? Headpiece. Do I have the arm piece? At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the intellects which can control it. Maybe? We don't really know if they can control anything. We know Mateon can, like, project her thoughts towards other people, which she doesn't have to do with the language. It comes out more clear in their head than she is good with words. And she's capable of picking up on other people's emotion, so she can see or read or feel the Dynamis energy. But we don't know that, like, you know, if we were able to bring her back to the present, that she could just banish the final days, right? Because she has control over that energy. So we don't know how much control there is. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note that you can tell me about Mateon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? That's what Hermes told me. He's very, you know, he likes the celestial realm. He wants to go out there and visit other stars and learn about them and find alien life, and that's maybe why he has an interest in Dynamis and why he created Mateon. And so they are currently traveling the Great Expanse. And while I don't quite think that we're being pointed in this direction yet, Mateon and her sisters might be the genesis of dragons, depending on how far back I am. Or, potentially, one of them found dragons, and that's why they came here. That's why Midgardstormer came here? I don't know. They have a very similar form of communication as Mateon, right? And they came through space, and Mateon and her sister, well, Mateon's sisters are traveling through space. So these siblings of hers now travel the Great Expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perpetua Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. That's the northeast. That's the northeast. Also, what path to the west? west. Oh. You were literally, actually going on this path to the west. Okay. I apologize. What is this place? A place we can't walk into. It's nice that my mount also got made bigger with me. That's cool. Which means in reality, we're the same size, and all of the Asians got shrunk to normal model size. They're still tall, though. Then again, my character's short. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripetia Crystalline, the facility where they all archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? They're bigger on the inside. It's always a fun design. I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there and on. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Do I... Oh, let's use the rest of my run. Peripetia Archivist. Do I have the arms? Oh, well, look at that. You know what? Much cooler. Much cooler than the moon suit. I'm keeping that. Might even keep the helm. If the helm seriously looks like the Behemoth helm, we'll see. I kind of like smaller, less obtrusive helms. You have questions for me? Certainly, just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Appointment? Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of these behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it that you wished to speak with me about? I've got some rather specific questions about things you may or may not know about. The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Mateion? That's the one. That's one of many. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Mateion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Was it a while ago, or more recently? Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galene shared with me. Galene is my partner, a fellow researcher here at Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Mateion heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear, says Vana. Yeah, that's pretty relevant, actually. Mistress Vana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of the sight which so delighted your Galene? Of course. Or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. Sure. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios Thalassae. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. Oh, well, if they're bigger on the inside, you totally could have an ocean in one of those towers. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging in your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vana. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. I don't think she's very concerned about that. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azan. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still used today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. It may strike Vanat as just as weird as it strikes Hermes, that people are all like, oh yeah, I'm totally looking forward to die as soon as I finish doing something cool. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galleon in person? Yeah, let's. Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway, and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful. Thank you. Oh. To you too, bot. Man, it's gonna be real funny if like my transparent chat settings are resulting in all this bot lingo and those are actual people. I'm sorry if that's the case. There's a lot of Russian names in there though, and I've only advertised in English. Archivist. And everybody only comments once, so I think that's kind of fair to assume. Maybe not, maybe I'm being dumb. Who knows? I have opened the pathway to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance on the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabaiosis Thalassae. Galene will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. And Vanat doesn't wait around. Let's go. There's a Vanat. Maybe with Galene right in front of her. The approachable archivist. Mistress Vanat, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. Passage to the middle tier. It's a conveniently quick passage. I like it. I like it. Folding space is cool. Not so convinced about time travel, but you know, in game, it's cool. It's cool. They've done a really good job with it here. Mistress Vanat was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Oh, she doesn't care about that. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galene, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galene, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Yeah, considering we've got like time travel pseudo-paradoxes going on, I could wait here for years, for all I care, and then probably come back a couple of seconds after I left. This is a different... Well, I guess it's similar time travel to when Garaha as the crystal sage summoned me
and a
across the gap
view
of the shards. He even talked about time moving a little bit differently in each area, though it seems to be more aligned now. That is where
What is it like in the future?
Is the world still a beautiful place?
Yeah. It is different. Though I've only seen this area. And it really depends. It really depends. It is different. And that's kind of a subjective question anyway. I don't want to say it's more beautiful here. That'll dishearten Venat. It's as beautiful as ever, just different. I mean, hell, even the World of Darkness is, like, really cool looking.
I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice.
You did kind of help create it by sundering the entire planet into many, many shards.
While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Oh, you've witnessed them already.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own.
Just, not yet.
By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans.
That's fair, I suppose. I think you just want me to indulge you.
But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler.
Yeah, exactly.
Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Man. You're very well written as prototypical adventurer. Oh, she liked that. Big old fights, lots of different nations, lots of different sites. I don't really know how different things look right now in your time. There's a volcano somewhere that the Kuranazem fought. That's cool. Some of us remember that story.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
Do you even have dragons yet? I mean, certainly not my dragons yet, but do you have any concepts that are similar?
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart.
Oh, and I guess I already explained that mankind is not quite the same after your sundering. We're all much smaller than you all. And many of us look and are shaped very, very, very differently. Not incredibly differently, but very noticeably differently. Also,
thank you for regaling me with
maybe
your tales.
Remember to, like,
treasure
shit on
every word.
Charlayan in the future. They deserve it every once in a while.
As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature?
Strong
When
question.
sprung mankind?
Also, still a strong question,
Riddles
actually.
and mysteries beyond counting.
Where did any of you come from and
Over
why?
the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe.
Sure.
We too are miracles.
Even my people only have
Each
best
and
guesses.
every one of us. Born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done.
There's also the probability, more than likely probability, of your existence. All of existence is rather big.
A passion swelled within me. An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps. Holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility. Built as it is upon precarious happenstance.
Yeah. I fall in the school of happenstance rather than fate. But given how many times those dice get rolled, and they never stop rolling, you're gonna have a lot of life out there. And a lot of variety.
I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately. To hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day. So very long ago now.
How long ago?
Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before.
And that's just this star.
They are my meaning, and my purpose. My love.
You share some of current
So long as
Hermes'
they need
affections.
help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think you've got a better outlook than a lot of your brethren. Not to shame a lot of your brethren, but why look forward to your end when you can continue?
The moment she can let go and walk unto the end.
Things change.
Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way.
Oof. I mean, that's a big ask. For any civilization.
Who are our future. Tell me this, and tell me true.
Uh-oh.
Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
I think the answer to that is almost always yes. You can constantly learn and improve and go through new experiences. In no way are
Pray
all
forgive
of
my
them
lateness.
good, but
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize.
you're going to come back
Your
to that
work takes
question.
precedence.
You're smarter and more
Besides,
patient than that.
We had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon.
Meteor,
You witnessed a
not
host of
Meteor.
them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate.
Sounds very pretty.
And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather.
So Meteon, the singular girl, and the Matea, the sisters as a whole.
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
You're likely right.
Dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day.
Well-posed question, Vanilla.
Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
Oh, that's a typical answer now, isn't it?
It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Interesting. Maybe they all came back before the final days then,
Splendid.
huh?
We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome.
I wonder if I can ask
It's
you about
always
that
a
when I get
pleasure
back
to
in my
speak
present.
with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Kind of want to see the
Please.
insides of these towers. Of course, they're probably like the size of a continent or oceans. Small islands, at least as big as like the rest of this place, right? You're studying aquatic life forms, and you have all the underwater space you need to do so. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. I suppose... maybe. If he has a hand in causing the final days, he doesn't really tell anyone about it. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter more likely than the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I mean, I think it's probably because he doesn't like the way of things, people. Now, perhaps just as importantly, what does this helmet look like? Big behemoth piece. Seeing as I never had the original, I kind of like it. We're gonna keep that for now. Helmet on and all. I'd like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galleon said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that very same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's. How far away are we going? Oh, completely the other side. But pretty close to the Aetherite anyway. We'll just keep floating. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's yet fair to assume that Hermes caused the final days. We don't even really know when the Matea will return, or if. They shot off like shooting stars. They'd have to be going much faster than that to reach other stars. You know, by my knowledge. Final Fantasy universe might be very, very different. And it depends on how long ago that happened, right? Oh, fuck off. I'm 40,000 HP as a DPS. That's only like 5k less than my team. You don't want to mess with this right now. Look at how cool I look. Oh, this is like maybe the most bots I've had in here yet. At least equal to the most under that Mortal Shell stream. Whoops, skipped a bit. Oh, we're here, we can see it. What about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Not yet, I don't. Not here. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Oh, I knew it. We saw him earlier. Hey, I met you already, a long time in the future. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Rad over to that island? Not quite as friendly yet. It's okay. Stubborn creature, there's no place on this great star we have not together traveled. and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It's certainly not unthinkable. He survives on the moon! But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I've already gone toe-to-toe with several Lassians after they had thousands upon thousands of lifetimes to prepare. Though, I imagine you'll still put up a challenge. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I'll await you at the clearing over yonder. Let's go. Oh, actually, that's a different bit of bot language. I wonder how much of that I can just straight up block, right? Well, we can do it later. Ah! This is only my, what, second, third Aetheryte current here? Maybe just second. This clearing, then. Yeah. Not much standing around here. Alright, how do you fight? That's fine. Let's bring it. Can I fail this? That'd be weird. Well, that's some battle music. Let's wait for that to get going, right?
Let neither side hold back.
Ooh, you have an unfair amount of health. I see. Woo!
My blade sings!
We have a full circle. Does positioning not matter? I do have these. Oh, I didn't see that.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
You fight as a paladin. This makes sense. Makes a lot of sense, actually.
No quarter.
Oh. Yeah. They're crafty, but that's not exactly a new mechanic.
Have a taste.
Whoa! bunch of tricks. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Wow. You could be spinning too fast. Let's be honest.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Don't know if that was possible because I could have used my but I'm gonna say over here. Oh, dang, I should have gone.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I want to be here, I guess. Now let's get the damage boost going again. That's Shiva. You're just gonna toss all the mechanics
We've
at me.
only just begun.
I like this fight.
Come at me with your all. Don't have a closing the gap skill right now. Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Begins to siphon Aether. Hit by that, but not that thing is dead. Oh, whoops. Shit. More. It's not closer. More. Oh my god. You've got quite a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Stop all of these. That one should absorb. That heals her. Ups her damage output. Have more. 42. I'm bound.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
Wish I had a tank LB3. pretty good.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Nice. Yo, that was a good fight, but not. I wish more paladins had those skills. You were just popping off the boss stuff all over the place.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
We would finish each other here.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding.
And I think that's the one that I'm descended from.
As is
which
yours.
I may or may not have told you already.
Weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest.
There's no way I told you everything.
It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
You're even, like, way older than I am. Like, right now, probably. That was a very silly excuse to befriend Argos, but also I'm glad that fight happened, because that was cool.
Well now.
That was a cool fight.
I dare say he has warmed to you.
That was a cool fight.
A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
You have no idea how true that is. Well, I mean, you probably do, but I learned that already in the future, after this, before. Whack-ass time travel. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Matei made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Yeah, that would be pretty good, huh? 87! 87! I don't know, I suppose the Venat stream is a good place, or the Venat fight is a good place to end the stream. I could go with some dinner. It's 1 a.m. Been going for just over six hours, but I kind of really want to... Oh, we could also do another role quest. That'd be pretty short. I kind of also want to go to this isle and see what we find real quick. It'd be cool if I could wrap up all of this area. Am I on here? There we go. It'd be cool if we could wrap up all of this area, at least from a main story quest perspective, before ending. So I'm gonna accept this and keep going for a little while and see what we learn. But since it looks like we have to go back over to that edge, I'm gonna run over there and then go to the bathroom again. That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. They seem more than capable of flying there, even without such. Even though I suppose they did have some trouble. Man, this armor's cool. I hope I can buy replicas of it for the other classes. I think I might be able to. I can buy the weapon. Curious that the rest are not, or that the pants are not manganese. But they are all of the Behemoth Queen. Okay. We'll go up here and be like, hey, Argos. Okay. I will be right back. Ciotto And we're back. Oh, let me get my chat bubble up. Okay. Let's go. Yo, Venat has been a really good addition to this place. It was already really cool flying around, or not flying around, wandering around with Emet-Selch and Elidibus. But Venat has been really fun. Now, what was the name of that tree? Neotophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Yeah, there's actually lots of them in my time. Depending on where you're from, we call them cherry blossom or sakura. It already has little sprouts. Brace yourself for landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling. I hope we get Argos as a mount. Like, at the end of this. That'd be cool. Yeah! I like
Quite
the
a small
behemoth armor.
place, lacking even the most basic equipment.
Yeah. They were probably capable of flinging themselves off into space by themselves.
The
No?
present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Sort of. A couple of times. I'll remind you that I'm in the past right now.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I
Even
shall
now,
assist
you can
Come and stand before me.
flow into the past and future, sort of, at least a little bit. You people are, like, all
There are
crazy
two ways
powerful
to see the
mages.
past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
Interesting. Yo, and
As
Garaha figured out
memories
a
are etched
third
upon
that could
the
actually...
ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories
cool.
are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Garaha figured out a third way to, like, go there directly. That's how I got here. Sort of.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
Wow, you speak very well.
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
Years? Or days? Years, probably.
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Ah.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yeah. We're still traveling. Quite some time before they come back.
Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
You'll have lots of different answers, I imagine.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
And you, Hermes.
I wonder what answers we will get.
That could be
Whatever
what...
intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... How?
Just different.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's part of the beauty of it.
Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all.
That's
and
a
I
good
will share
approach.
them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life.
And that's definitely what you wanted starting out.
Meteion,
You eventually came to the opposite
though I
conclusion,
gave you
but
wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
But
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
probably yes.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
But Meteion has not left. That was after all of her sisters had gone. And 180 cycles.
So, what is your opinion?
Yeah, we couldn't say by just that moment alone, right? He hasn't got the response from the Matea, and we don't know how that response might change him. And depending on how long ago this was, I mean, it was nowhere near 180 cycles ago, I doubt. People can't really say whenever he created Meteion, but it sounds like it couldn't have been that long ago. And so, you know, the response might change who he was. And even the Fandaniel that I know is different from, self-professes to be different from the Amon that he was, which was very different from the Hermes of the now. And we have no idea when the final days come. I think being on the 7th Underworld Calamity in my time, we're probably way past the 180 cycles. But we don't know if the Matea returned before or after the final days of this time. I couldn't say. He certainly seems an incredibly gentle
As
soul,
you
and that's
say,
everything.
That was hardly conclusive.
Everything I've seen so
Yet
far
based
paints
on
him
what we
as
witnessed, I find it difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life.
Yeah. I would also have a hard time coming to that conclusion based on what we've witnessed and based on everything that I've seen of Hermes
Be
here.
that as it may, we cannot rule out the possibility that they will play a part in bringing about the final days.
Precisely.
Perhaps unwittingly.
Precisely. He may be disturbed by the news they bring back.
In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
And if he is the cause thereof, we could
Then
maybe
it is
help him.
settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
Yeah. This feels like we're drastically changing the timeline already. And so I'm either going to return to a world that's way different, which, like, metagaming tells me that's probably not going to happen because I still see a bunch of level 90 people walking around our planet. Or we're just on entirely separate timelines, and whatever we do or learn here cannot have an effect on my present. And we've simply got to learn what we can in order to deal with our final days however we may. Wow, you can't even see the surface from here. It's just cloud mist. There are a number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look to Catesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethoselekitos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Rad, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, do you not question how they find room for them all in so few islands? The answer lies within Thesis itself. I touched upon a practice before, back at the archives, where a vast area is stretched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Nisus north of Poitin Oikos. Poitin Oikos. Oi. Oh, and we're back, of course. And we've got likely 4 Aether Current quests. Those I might do on my time off, like after dinner later tonight, sometime tomorrow. Either way, I'm gonna teleport back to Poitin Oikos and go this way. Dang, I don't think I've ever been more tempted to do generic side quests in order to just learn more about the goings-on of this place. This is really cool. This is super cool. This appears to be the teleport she told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Probably not herself. I should look at ending the stream soon, though. We could maybe... Oh man, I'm so tempted to keep playing. It's only been just under 6.5 hours. I've completely replaced my armor with super cool story armor at level 86. I will honestly probably keep this armor around and want to muck around in my armory to do away with other stuff. Don't particularly care for this spear. The glamour I've got on there is way better. Keeping that forever. I did too much work for that spear for sure. I think it would maybe be best to stop just before we actually spoke to Hermes. And I don't know precisely when that is. But I imagine we'll travel over there and then talk a little bit and then find Hermes. Ah, good. The Neist acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way towards Catesis Hyperborea, we follow this path and then turn left at the crossroads. I will fade off before you. Not gonna lie, shadow stepping away from people, teleporting away from people is kind of fun and hilarious, but it's also rude. Oh, there's another teleporter, which maybe goes over here somewhere. We're definitely not done with this area, right? This links to here. This links to here, maybe. This links to here. This is Hyperborea. What does the side of the outside of the building... Oh, wow, it's got claws. Right, those don't go onto a bridge to somewhere. No, it's got horns. What does the size of a building with a bigger space on the inside even matter? Ophiotaurus, proto-behemoths. Right? Basically. There are other beasts kind of like those, but proto-behemoths. Actually, you know what? Let's call it here. I'm a little hungry, and so next time we can start by. Oh, I'm not in a sanctuary. There's no aetheryte right here. We've already discovered all the aetherytes, right? Yeah, 12 Wonders, Ananoris, Ananorisis, and Poetin Oikos. Well, let's step inside. Yeah, we're not getting a warning that a long series of scenes will play out. Let's wander inside and see what Thesis Hyperborea is all about. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hey, Emmett. Hey, Hythlidea. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Metaion, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. We came to the same conclusion, really. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. I mean, we came to the same conclusion. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis, which in turn leads us to our question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? Well, really, I think the question is, how did Hermes... Oh, you meant your Fandaniel in this time. Yeah. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, when the final days first came about in your time, not recognize that the source of everything was Dynamis? Did the returning news from the Mateia flip a switch in him? He certainly doesn't seem to really share y'all's affinity for celebrating the end of one's life. He wishes for life to continue, pretty much always. And in fact, his creation of the Mateia might suggest he has like a comparatively hyper affinity for empathy and compared to the rest of your people. But the callous logic that leads to the destruction of so many other species as opposed to the just kind of letting things play out nature might be something he opposes. And if he, is really more in favor of letting nature play out, then as soon as the final days apocalypse driven by Dynamis happened, then he may have just said, oh, well, this is what's supposed to happen. But again, his appearance as Fandaniel in my time, he very much stated, was very different from his life as Amon. He did not really identify with that and kind of threw away its inclinations, even though they were both Fandaniel of my time and Amon were callous and cruel and destructive and wantonly bringing about destruction. And the one from my time said he doesn't really identify with the Hermes Fandaniel of this time, who very much, so far, seems like an overly kind and empathetic person. Nothing we know about him from this time seems to suggest that he would want to cause or even allow the final days to happen. But of course, we know that in the future he very much wanted that to happen, and by inhabiting Zodiark and having us kill him early, basically guarantees to rush towards the final days as soon as possible. So yeah, how did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. Yeah, we can speculate a lot. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Maybe. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. I still agree with you. And also everything you protested about and then stormed out about back in Minos Cabin, totally meshes with all of my experiences to you prior to this, or to you way after this. Seems there's no more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. We went to go see the past of the place where he sent all the Matea off into space. And the only conclusion we can come to, really, is he has no intent to bring about the final days. Unless, maybe, the Matea come back and say, hey, universe is dark and screwed, and life is meaningless. Basically confirming everything he doesn't want to believe. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It is time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. That's also what we thought. Why we were coming here. He's not going to like that line. Save your thanks. I did not say I believe your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have the duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Hythlodaeus, as always, finds that rather amusing. How lovely. Our merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emmett Selk on his practicality. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. You know, all of this, and him already disliking what we had to tell him way back in our past, his present, helps it make a lot more sense while he was a, like, complete dirtbag theater kid to us in Shadowbringers, and just before Shadowbringers. He really, really did want all of us to prove him wrong, because he had long since learned that we were super right when we told him everything that was going to happen. Hythlodaeus is eager to find Hermes. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. Yeah, tweak your eyes. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Mesopsis Euros. Probably. Again, Greek pronunciations. Yep. To the other teleporter. I'm still not going to be ending the game in a sanctuary anytime soon. But I still want to, I think, yes, go to Mesopsizeros. I still think I want to end the stream just before we speak to Hermes. Although this other player is in a cutscene. They're close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure we see up ahead. That looks cool! It's also probably the birthplace of a lot of the weirder flora in my time. Well then, Rad, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go too, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Perhaps then again, Rad can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Yes, I did. That was a very cool fight. Very cool fight. Is that... So far, I'm a super big fan of the fight with the 3 Magus Sisters. That might be my favorite boss fight so far. Zodiark's cool. And kind of difficult. There's a bunch of stuff that's going on, like, one right after the other. And he gets to, like, spin the stage around. So it's, like, a little confusing. But I think my favorite fight is still the fight with the 3 sisters. It's nowhere near as long with Zodiark, but it's busy. And you only kind of... You don't really have to pay attention to all of them so much as you have to, like, wail on the main one and then pay attention to which spell is going in what direction. But I think that's my favorite fight. But maybe the Venat fight is my favorite fight. It was really good. It was really strong. Anyway, off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Search for Hermes in the Hungering Gardens. Well, then, in that case, I think we call it here. I want to restart the stream next time, looking for Hermes, and finding out more about the final days and what his role was in it, if any. It may have been none, and we have an entirely different... You know, this so far, Endwalker has been written really well, in the sense that it throws some curveballs at you, right? Like, there have been a couple of things I totally didn't expect. I guess Akasa Dynamis being an entirely different form of energy from Aether, I didn't quite expect, but then as soon as that happened, everybody's like emotional reaction to it was pretty easy to expect. But Garaha saying, well, I guess first getting Zodiark out of the way really quickly and having such a brief stint on the moon was not something I expected. And then having Graha be like, hey, maybe go talk to Elidibus. That was also unexpected. I maybe should have expected it. Maybe more people called that than not, but like, it was definitely not the first thing that came to my mind. Whenever we came up with a plan to go talk to Elidibus, right before that, when we were having the meeting in Radzat-Han, I figured, well, wait, the Charlian Council said they found Hydaelyn way in the north. So, if we have no idea what to do, maybe we just go talk to Hydaelyn. that didn't happen directly. We instead went to talk to Elidibus, who sent us here, way in the past, and ended up talking to Hythlodaeus, Imitselk, and Venat personally. Well, we don't know how long before the final days befell them, or who enacted it, or how it came to pass. Everything that Imitselk told us in Shadowbringers was that they had no idea what started it, right? So if this is the same timeline, then us confronting Hermes about his research into Dynamis, which we're almost certain in our timeline, is what's comprising the blasphemies from the final days. Everything Imitselk told us in Shadowbringers would be really weird, because he would know that we had this whole conversation with Hermes, and Hermes became Fandaniel and still couldn't figure anything out, even though he totally should be able to. Although Hythlodaeus probably can't see Dynamis like he can with his impeccable Aether vision, just like Y'shtola can't see Akasa Dynamis with her Aether vision. And so that would kind of play out. But if Hermes Fandaniel did have something to do with the end of days, then everything Imitselk told us in Shadowbringers was in part, truthful and respectful, and all of his final words were very sincere, but also everything before that was just to mess with us and not help us out with the final days. Which kind of doesn't, does and doesn't sound like Imitselk, right? Because 100% I could see him still messing with us. But if in those final moments he was, resigned to admit that we beat him, and he asks us to remember him, he probably would have still said something about the final days if he had been lying to us up to that point. I don't know. This is really well written so far. I'm enjoying it. Is it better than Shadowbringers yet? Shadowbringers was pretty strong. It was pretty strong the whole way through. And both of these have evoked some pretty good nostalgia, right? Both of them have evoked some pretty good Final Fantasy IV nostalgia. You have the dwarves in Shadowbringers, and you have the moon in Endwalker. And then you've got FF8 and FF10 stuff in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, respectively. You've got all the Eden fights, which are really cool and really well done. There's not really a lot of evoking FF8 outside of, it's Eden. But also at the same time, there's not really a lot of evoking Final Fantasy X outside of, it's Anima. Then there's some kind of sort of time travel-y stuff going on in FF10 too. Not 10-2, but 10 as well. I don't know. I feel like there was perhaps so far more action in Endwalker and more constant threat in all the different zones and how the game was split up at the time. But the threat here is bigger. In Shadowbringers, it was an ethereal imbalance in the direction of light, which was really cool and interesting because we had always been warriors of the light and fighting against the dark. Hyper generic fantasy and Final Fantasy stuff, but done really well. And now you have the final days, which is just something else entirely kind of poking through into our ethereal reality. And it seems like it's something that, rather than really being influenced by hyper-emotionality and all the negative emotions that people feel, which is like a very Persona thing, it's kind of responding to and feeding off of that, right? So, like, Hermes Fandaniel might have a good knowledge of Dynamis and Akasa. We have no idea what Nidhana's been up to in the meantime. But the source of the Final Day's corruption might be more than just, oh, their creation magics caused them to create their fears, right? Because in our timeline, we see a bunch of people, like at Rad Mahou, being super full of despair and giving up hope, and that's what gives rise to these nightmare hell beasts. But here, previously people were theorizing a lot that it was their creation magics, the creation magics of the Almarantines going wild and out of control. But it might have been, like, in part that, and also in part the exact same thing that's happening to us. So there is some other chaotic force that is just using negative Dynamis to poke its way in. And it does that by just, like, consuming people in order to transform them into Blasphemous Terminus Beasts. And it could have been manifesting slightly differently for the Almarantines and all these ancients than it did for everybody in present-day Eorza. I mean, it's the same phenomenon, but because of the different peoples, it could have been manifesting in different ways. I don't know. Anyway, this so I think Shadowbringers maybe had more action, but, like, so far, Endwalker feels bigger in scope, and maybe even, like, I don't know, I think Shadowbringers is like its own really good contained story that gives you kind of an opposite look, or a look at things from a different direction than the original 14 and Stormblood and oh no, what's the first one called? I almost like that first expansion more than Stormblood. All the Ishgardian stories with the Dragon Song War. So you get kind of a different angle on things with Shadowbringers, whereas this is like a bigger, all-encompassing wrap-up to the Zodiark Hydaelyn story. And we blew through Zodiark, but now we're getting to the Hydaelyn stuff, which kind of better encompasses everything else. So maybe we'll eventually find out how and why they still made Zodiark after we came to warn them about everything. And maybe, I don't know, like, we still have to get back to our timeline to see if me coming back here, all of us playing the game coming back here, and talking with Hythlodaeus and Itselk and Banat changed anything in our timeline or not. We have no idea. I have no idea. Yeah, clearly a lot of you probably do. Either way, this is super cool. I might, maybe, end up liking Endwalker more than Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers was fantastic. Stormblood was pretty good. Where's the one before that? How did I even forget that I love that expansion? Anyway, Shadowbringers pretty good. Endwalker, pretty good. People like to talk about which one's better. I don't know yet. It might be Endwalker. But Shadowbringers was really strong, and I think it's going to depend on what you like more, right? Shadowbringers was more contained, probably had more action interspersed everywhere. Endwalker has had a lot of story And I really like that. I really like the lore and setting and exploring all of this. It's done really, 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 really well. Also, this armor is super cool. Thank you, Endwalker, for this armor. So yeah, I don't know. But next time, whenever we play this again, I should probably make actual schedules eventually. Whenever we come back, we're going to go look for Hermes. And, oh my god, V, not B. We're going to go look for Hermes and see what else we find out. I think I just spent like 10 minutes or more talking about maybes and what ifs. So we will find out next time. Rad Mahou. See you all next time.